What's up, guys? How's everybody doing today? Astro, I will tell you what, you need to know where to put your Numon. You're just gonna keep rubbing it in, aren't you, bro? Yeah, Axe, there's zero chance I can finish G1. I've lost like almost 300 points. I can't win a match no matter what I do. I just have no ability to counter this meta. I've lost, I don't even know how many. At this point, I almost don't even know if I finished C3. I dropped from G2 to C, like low C3. It was like, yeah, let's not even discuss RTA. There's just, the only way I can counter this meta is if I switch to turn 1, which I don't want to do. Like, now, pretty much every match is 4 or 5 strippers. That's literally, like, every single match. It's just like, first pick is Water Ryu, followed by Yogan and Chung, followed by Juno, and then either an Oki or a 5th stripper. I have no idea. I have no idea how it's possible to counter that without contesting speed. But that's pretty much like almost every draft I see now is basically those 4 strippers plus an Oki or something along those lines. Yeah, so Daryl, the meta changes up until low C3. I think you're actually still playing the game. And then once you hit somewhere around higher C3, it's basically just a game of strippers. It kind of has to do with Monster Box this season. So once you get somewhere into the upper ranks of C3, you basically just have to have all the meta strippers and play them in order to progress. Or you have to have one of the better LD5s, like a Ragdoll or something like that. But if you're not playing strong LD5s, you basically have to just play all strippers. Yeah, exactly, Axe. If you've got like, if like Axe, you've got Ragdoll and Tian Lang, then you're good to go. Astro, I'm just gonna leave that one alone, bro. I'm just gonna leave that one alone. What's up, Leggy? How you doing? What's up, Big D? How's it going, guys? G3, no. But you would definitely be able to compete. Andy, in the current meta, Volantis is definitely a strong LD5. You see him pretty frequently. So, I mean, like I said, the current meta, at least at C3, below C3, where people still have more limited monster boxes, I think you have a lot more opportunity to play pivots and counters. But once you get into upper C3, basically you just need to have 3 or 4 really strong meta strippers in every match. Volantis would definitely count in that group, as would basically, Chung, Yogan, Juno. I haven't really seen much Praha, but I do kind of think maybe she would work. I don't know. I am seeing more Chiwu now. So Chiwu is all of a sudden back in the meta. Because, basically both sides now are just drafting 5 strippers per side. And so people are just grasping for every single stripper they can. I've seen Aquila. I've seen Bering. Praha's like the only... I've seen Triton. I think Praha is the only AoE stripper I actually have not seen. It's kind of crazy. Praha is really, really strong, X. She's really strong, and she fits your team amazingly. I just don't think she fits the control teams as well because they play all AoEs, so her sleep is not valuable. That's the only reason I could think of that I don't see Praha much, is if you're playing with 4 AoE monsters or 5 AoE monster, drafting 5, playing with 4, Praha doesn't fit in as well. I mean, she technically contributes to control because she has an AoE sleep, but she doesn't synchronize, you know, she doesn't synergize, rather, with the other monsters. My day was good, Leggy. Just worked. How about yours? The only other one that gives you a defense break would be Gemini and Chung, actually, Astro. Gemini is the other one. I have not seen much Gemini. I've seen some. I haven't seen much. It's kind of weird, actually, because Gemini should fit really well into this meta. And I see him once in a while, but for the most part, it's pretty much just like double Art Master, Juno, Water Ryu. That's like the core four for most people. Yeah, so unfortunately, Daryl, resistance becomes useless as you move up through C2 because every stripper will be at 85 accuracy. So I did test a max resistance team for a while, but it really doesn't do much. And then even when you do get a resistance, you know, they're running 4 strippers, all with some sort of pushback or control. So even if you get 1 resistance, it's not going to make any difference. Okay, this was not what I intended to do here. Whoops. Well, that worked. Okay. So Ninja Muffin, it'll be done by drawings. The first one is actually going to be Lightning Dragon, which will start in a couple of minutes. Since Lightning Dragon is doing it through a points redemption, and then after Lightning Dragon, we'll just be doing drawings. So there'll be, you know, obviously a lot of people that want to participate, but it does, I try and spend about 30 minutes on each account, so I can usually only do about four accounts on stream. So that's why we do it by drawing. Well, we do, it's either points redemption, drawing, or occasionally auction, but today I don't think we're going to do an auction. I think we're just doing the points redemptions and the drawings. Alright, I think that's actually all the content I have to do on my account right now. So I think we're ready to just kind of jump straight into it. Eternal, you don't have enough points to do that. You're actually about 5,000 points short. Brozo, you really want me to tank you, bro? I haven't won a match since before I was on your account. Bro, no. Not for me, anyway. I mean, you gotta remember, Axe, your LDs really changed the dynamics of your team. If I tried to play Molong Molly, I would never take a turn. Praha is extremely good, yeah. What's up, Bregu? How you doing? Yeah, Praha is extremely good. Not so much in the current RTA meta at the higher tiers, but still really good in the lower tiers, and then really good in Guild War. You can use her on Arena Defense. She's got a really good kit, guys. No, because Ethna will only strip single target, and Praha does an AoE team heal. Basically, fully heals your team. Ice Piggy, I bought 2 of them the first day. I felt kind of suckered. I always say you should never buy the, packs. I bought 2 the first day. I definitely won't buy any more, though. Vrozar, honestly, it can go either way. Like, it kind of depends on how you're using him. So if you're using him as a resetter, like, because you play really fast, I would make him go last on your team. But for somebody like me, I would make him go first. Like, if I were using Jamire, I would go with a max resistance build and hope that he could cleanse or reset. In your case, you're playing fast and you're taking turn 1 a fair amount of the time, so then it's more useful for you to be able to reset your team after you've used your skills. Trouble building my arena defense with Kinky, Molly, and no 33 speed lead or good HP lead. I'd probably do Vanessa Triana. So you do Vanessa Triana, Kinky, Molly, and that should be really obnoxious. What's up, Leggy / Squire? I have Tableau Astro, but if you're going to suggest I use him, it will never happen. I could obviously play turn 1 and win a lot more teams, a lot more matches. I did it some last season, man, and I hated it. That's not so much for me. That's not so much for me. Does somebody give you points, Eternal? Papa Panda did. Okay, Eternal, we can do a 1 hour redemption for you. Water Ryu, Juno, Kinky, Molly. Water Ryu, Juno, Kinky, Molly. I would just cleave that, honestly, bro. Yeah, I don't. Rather, I would bomb that. Yeah, the Water Ryu doesn't fit so much into that kind of comp. You want death prevention and like more healing. Like the Water Ryu just doesn't really fit there. You don't really need a speed lead for a Kinky Molly comp. The HP lead would be nice, but you don't need HP lead either. Just something with death prevention or resurrection is where you want to be targeting with that Kinky Molly. Oh, Astro, he's not running a Tableau Jemire cleave, though. I know his team. I thought you were asking me. Yikes, I haven't opened the first one yet because we're starting off with Redemption. So actually, Lightning Dragon, if you want to send me your info, actually, I think you already did. Just bump the chat with me in Discord and we'll jump in. I'll tell you what, guys, we're going to go ahead. We're going to do a best of 3. A best of 3. We'll let you guys do some betting. Axe and I are going to do a best of 3 while Lightning Dragon bumps the info, and then we are going to move on to the community help. Lightning Dragon, I'm going to post the stream on my second channel tomorrow, and then you'll be able to watch it there anytime you want. Poseidon is extremely good as well, Tom. He's great for... he's amazing in TOA. He's used very frequently in high-level RTA cleaves. And then you can use him in some guild content as well. He's not going to do much for you on defense, but he's a great offensive monster. Oh, you're offline, X. I guess I can't challenge you. How would I make use of Han and Pater during this RTA meta? So, Bobs, it really depends on your playstyle and your rune quality. If you have the ability to play fast, I would build the team around Han, and I would use Pater as a pivot pick when I thought that I was going to get outsped and controlled. If you are... if you don't have the speed runes, then I would build the team around the Pater, and I would use Han when you're sure that Han can get a turn and not get controlled. So it kind of depends on your rune quality and the rest of your monster box. The two of them don't particularly synergize well. They're both top 10 or top 20 LD5, so they're both amazing monsters. They just don't necessarily fit together specifically. Alright guys, so at the end of the first draft, I'll close betting. Guys, Axe is Guardian with really strong LDs, so keep that in mind as you're betting. Axe is probably about 500 points ahead of me. Hathor is basically RTA only leggy, but congratulations, she's still one of the best RTA monsters. And then Raitesh is going to be a really, really good guild offense and occasionally a guild defense monster. Fenneca, Molly, Kinky, and Darien. Fenneca, Molly, Kinky, and Darien. Nah, you would just bomb that also, bro. I'm telling you, you gotta find something with resurrection or death prevention. It's gotta be resurrection or death prevention. At least if you want the Molly in there. If you want to build around Kinky without the Molly, then you could go a different route. But the whole point of Molly is for a long fight. And so if they're just going to cleave you, then it won't do you much good. Could I get away with this, or would you make me pay? You know what? Let's try. Let's try. Level fire. So if I pull the Rika, it's a force ban. That Molly's gonna be trouble. What about this? I think this will do good. I don't care about the Antares. I actually care most about the Praha, I think, yeah. Okay. Who's better in TOA? Poseidon is better in TOA, although they're both really good. Mods, can you take 40,000 points from Lightning Dragon and 80,000 points from Eternal, please? He took the turn immediately, huh? Didn't even wait. Didn't even wait. What's up, Sadizelot? How you doing, man? Oh, that is a strong Lulu, guys. That is a strong Lulu, man. Took everything from me and didn't even budge. Yeah, now he's back. Wow. Who do we care most about? I think you. Let's go here. And let's go here. Yep, that's a dead cocky. Oh, not quite. Oh, rip. What? Did you just know Antares was going to proc there, or what was the deal with that? Yikes, I run Lulu to go last. I used to run Lulu to go first, and I recently switched because of the Mo Long play. That proc hurt. Oh, that proc hurt so much. That proc was brutal, guys. Absolutely brutal. Hathor can be used in TOA on manual, but I wouldn't call her good. Bro, your Lulu is toxic, man. Your Lulu is freaking toxic. Come on, Lulu. How many violence sets do you have on this Lulu, man? Nah, Lulu is the... Yeah, no. All I can say is they better not freaking nerf the very couple of things that can actually work in this meta. Alright, good game, sir. Good game. It is 1-0-X. 1-0-X. I'd rather... See, if I pick this, you pull Bulwark and it becomes a force ban. I think I better stay with the Vela. What's up, Darren? How you doing, man? You're very welcome. Oh, that's awesome to hear, bro. That is awesome to hear. Oh, Ethna's amazing, Andrew. Congratulations. Running the Antares again. If I do this, or if I do this. You know what? If I do this, she's a force ban. I think I like the team there. And this time we ditched this Lulu, man. Freaking toxic Lulu. You cannot take 2 turns every time, bro. Wow, let it through, huh? I did not expect that. Astro, 35,000 points, bro. 35,000 points. Just because you're trolling. We're going to make you do it just for the single monster. Yeah, I'm sure it's Jin, bro. Absolutely sure it's Jin. I have no doubt. Nice, bro. I'm actually happy for you. I'm honestly happy for you, bro. I really am happy for you. But that doesn't mean you have to troll and rub it in every 2 seconds. What's up, Holmesy? How you doing, man? See, that's the thing, Lightning Dragon. This is not a pay-to-win game. People like to call it that, but it's truly not. There are people who are free-to-play that have multiple LD5s. There are people that buy every LD pack available in the game that have no LD5s or 1 LD5. So while this is what I call this game pay-to-play, because while you do definitely have a big advantage if you're paying, the biggest advantage you get when you're paying is with the crystals you get to farm, honestly. Every summon is just completely random. Alright, you know what? I'm taking the Lulu, bro. I'm taking the Lulu. It's the rubber match. By the way, guys, I'm sure many of you can notice that Axe is playing soft. I see it. I'm not necessarily playing my standard team either, but Axe is definitely playing soft. Okay, what did I just do? What did I just do? Why did I do that? What was I thinking? Okay. Yeah, let's pick double Oracle into Tian Lang. Alright, well, you got a free roll. Obviously you know what's being banned, so I guess we may as well just commit to it, huh? I built my bed, I may as well lie in it, right? I mean... Who picks double Oracle into Tian Lang. Oh, bro. What was I thinking? Oh, what was I thinking? Leader. Do I need crit? I don't really need crit on anybody, right? They're all max crit except Fran, so. I don't know, Andrew. This is a reasonably balanced fight, I think. Yeah, that's the real threat. Let's do this. Yeah, that ragdoll's gonna wreck me, man. Nice comp. Honestly, very nice comp. Let's see here. No, Astro, I just needed, because Praha doesn't have 100% activation rate. I needed Praha to miss at least one. But she didn't. She got them all. It's 90, I mean, it's 90% activation rate, so. You know what, Eternal? I don't care though, man. If I lose a match that I actually got to play, I really don't care. These matches are fun for me. I'd be fine playing against Axe all day long. Obviously, I would draft a little different if I wasn't reading chat the whole time and drafting Oracle into Tian Lang, but those matches are definitely fun for me. Before 9 AM, it really varies based on stage of game, rune quality, the type of monsters, everything else. Good games, Axe. Good games. Very nice. You know, the first one was close. The first one I felt like was decided by procs. The second one wound up being decided by procs, but I felt like the second one was mine, and the third one you just outdrafted me. So, and then the first one, who knows? I don't know. No, I don't know who would have won the first one. But the second and third, I kind of felt like it was 1-1. Hey, Dolce, congratulations on the Perna. What's up, Carito? How you doing? Oh, very nice, B-Marsh. Yeah, and third one I got outdrafted. So, like I said, I kind of felt like it was pretty even. I would have fun. I would have fun playing a bunch of those matches. Okay, so it's like the equivalent of me reading chat. I got it. Yeah. My Verd runes for Trikaru. Did I see Bagel's quad dong? I do not look at Bagel's dong, Eternal. That's not my thing. Here's the Verd. Yeah, see, Astro, that's my kind of my point. That's just a lot less fun. All right, let's jump over to Lightning Dragon's account. Do I have videos about artifacts? Yes, I do. I have 3 of them, Corito, but I would definitely look at... Don't look at the first one. So if you search my search my channel for artifacts, just don't look at the first one because that one was done right when artifacts came out. Lightning Dragon, the password you gave me is incorrect. I have 2. I have one on Double Revenge Will and one on Violent. I probably should have a 3rd on Triple Revenge as well. So before 9 a.m., 80k EHP would be like PvE monsters and pure nukers. 120 is like control damage dealers. 150 is like bruisers, and 150 to 170 for bruisers, and like 220 for tanks in early mid game. But I mean, honestly, like so much of it depends on your overall rune quality. So like a better way to say it is you kind of want to go through your builds on a sliding scale and find that point where you're not giving up too much of one thing in order to get another thing. So it really is account specific, but the numbers I gave you are kind of like what I would look for on my alt, for example. By the way, guys, quick question so you can see, like, I've obviously changed up the design a little bit, where we've got the chat box on the bottom. So tell me, guys, which layout do you prefer more? Oops, let me put Nox up here. Because obviously at the end of the day, the stream is all about what you guys enjoy. So I spent some time trying to work on making a cleaner layout with more space for the game. But you guys tell me which one you like more. Like this layout right here, or this layout right here. And I don't know why the chat box like vanished on this one. Probably because I opened up the other one. Yeah, you're welcome before 9 a.m. So you guys are saying, when you guys say first, do you mean the left one, like this one? Okay, Lightning Dragon, you just logged in and bumped me off, bro. Okay, good to know. So we'll stick with this one right here. Hey, Axe, have a good one, man. Thanks for the matches, bro. Seriously, it was fun. We need to, like, do some, we really need to do some, like, Goodwill someday. They were fun. Alright, so we'll try one more time to jump back onto Lightning Dragon's account. Bro, Kale, congrats on Cadiz, man. That is awesome, bro. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of this. Since we didn't like it. Wait. Cancel bottom frame. So we're going to get rid of this one since we didn't like it. Too bad, man. That took me like an hour and a half to set that up. But you live and you learn. You try some. I was kind of iffy on it even when it was done. I wasn't so sure it was going to work out. I think one thing we can do, though, because I changed the format of the chat box a little bit, I just wanted to get a little bit more space for gameplay on here. Maybe if I just bring this over a little and this down a little so we get a little bit larger screen. Yeah, that's a little too far, right? So we do that, and then we take the lettering on the bottom, and we move this down and over a little bit. And then we take the chat box and we tighten it up a little bit. Whoa, too much. 260. How's this, guys? How's this? Better this way or better how it was before? Like better with more screen or better with more chat box? That looks good? Okay. Okay, yeah, that's what all I was trying to do with the thing on the bottom. Basically just give you guys a little bit more screen and... What's up, Jax? How you doing? And then, do you guys like this style of the chat box more, or the one that it was before that was like, you know, with the actual boxes? So this is basically, it's called Twitch style, and then we can do the other one that's like actual boxes. You like the Twitch style? Andy says more screen. Hey, Erwin, good luck, man. That would be pretty sick, bro. No box is better looking. All right, perfect, guys. Perfect. Okay, so at least we got an upgrade. What's up, Trams? How you doing, man? Glad you were able to make one. Let's see, what is it? Oh, it's like super early for you. All right, sweet. So we got an upgrade out of the deal. Alright guys, so here is what Lightning Dragon has requested. Now by the way guys, Ice Piggy and a few people asked how you get into the community help. So the first two community helps were people who redeemed points that they've been saving up for a long time. And then after that we're going to be doing some drawings. I'm not going to open the drawing just yet because it's going to be a while and I don't know... Like, I don't want you guys to, like, enter the drawing and then be stuck waiting. So I'll open the drawing while we're on Eternal Dark's account, and then we'll do 2 drawings after Eternal Dark. So it's going to be 2 redemptions and 2 drawings. We'll do a total of 4. Hey, Sky, what's up? So we don't necessarily need the chat screen. That's why I tried it with the other format, but people said they liked it. And to be honest, I mean, I am posting the VODs on a different channel now, so the chat screen being recorded actually does help. For, you know, people who are watching the replays. By the way, Skylover, you are now on this screen twice. I was surprised. So thank you, Sky, very much for supporting the channel. You have made the 1-year member club. So by the way, everybody, please look at Skylover Sue's Cocky. Sky has a really nice Cocky. Sim and Sky both have cockies, but I think Sky's is a little bit larger than Sim's. I'm not sure why. But yeah, guys, so if you see the cocky next to the name, that is 1-year channel members. So thank you guys for... seriously, thank you guys very much for, I mean, a year as channel members. That's amazing. Okay, so here we go. We are going to be doing... we're going to be rebuilding a few monsters for Lightning Dragon. That is what he has requested. So we're not actually building a specific team, we're just doing builds for specific monsters. By the way, Trends, what were you coding, man? It's 40,000 points, yikes, 40,000 points. Sky, if you're shy, then why are you letting everybody see your cocky? Just asking. No, seriously, how you doing though, Sky? Alright, where's my window? Here's my window. Okay. So, the list of monsters from Lightning Dragon, let's see. So, check resource status. So, let's see. Okay, first we're going to take a quick look at his BJR5 team, just to make sure everything looks correct. So, we'll come in here. What's up, Stug? Kale, so I think Cadiz, mostly you're going to wind up using him on Guild Content Offense. Oh, nice, Trems. I thought you were in, from the industry you were in, I wouldn't have thought that you were doing that much coding. That's easier for me to just actually look at it from in the menu, because I'll look at the monsters and then I'll also invite a couple of friend supports. Whoops, not additional placement. Oh, crap. Okay. Habit. So we go private, normal battle. Is your chat visible? I can't see the screen this small. I see... I don't actually know what the word borked means. It sounds kind of dirty, but I don't know what it means. What's up, Wolfman? How you doing? Yeah, Trems, I wasn't gonna call out your job until you did. Pipavin becoming a channel member again. Pipavin, thank you very much, bro. Really appreciate you becoming a fantastic supporter, man. Thank you very much. Oh, Botch. There you go. So Astro speaks Sim. None of us speak Sky, but Astro speaks Sim. That appears to be how it works. Pipavin, thank you very much, though, man. Really appreciate it. Do you know? Oh well, there we go. I know my mini me has one. Do you know if the Menthol I think has one, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So 23. We can't use both of those. Okay. No. 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 Shmoo has one. Here we go. 23% crit rate again. Rip. Oi, everybody sets the collie first. Okay, here we go. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, the problem is I needed the two supports not to be the same leader skill. That was all. No worries, Pipavin. Real life always comes first, man. You know what, Sim? I wasn't on live chat, so when your message came out that flagged me, that was the first thing I saw from you. But that reminded me to switch to live chat. So I thought you were actually asking me about the sidebar. Like, I thought I wasn't recording it. But anyway, what's up, Sim? How you doing, man? So John, okay, first and foremost, don't get stuck on the idea that you need to do BJR5 as your first raid team. It is totally okay to go do some R3 or R4 or normal R5. The thing is, like, a normal generic blue 6-star rune with gems and grinds is almost always going to be better than a legend rune that rolled amazingly but has no gems and grinds, because 30% of the stats on a rune come from the gems and grinds. So if you just go get some blues and even some green gems and grinds from R3, it will make your life so much easier to build Trikaru, to build the dot team, and ultimately to build BJR5. That's the only tip you need, honestly. That is the tip, is just do some low-level raid, get those gems and grinds, and that will help you progress faster than anything else you can do. What's up, Salty? How you doing, man? So much Red Bull that I'm having an out-of-body experience. So, Trems, as long as you put some Jaeger in that Red Bull, I'm cool, man. I'm down. It's gotta be a Jaeger bomb, though. Gotta be a Jaeger bomb. Alright, so let's take a look at Lightning Dragon's BJR5 team. So we're gonna start with the monster that should act first. We'll work our way down in terms of speed tuning. Okay, here is our first problem, bro. And if you told me you're failing once in a while, this is exactly why. Your Colleen is built... your Colleen has 2 issues. Now your Colleen has 3 issues. Yeah, your Colleen has 3 separate problems. So the first is that she has way too much effective HP. The second is that she doesn't have will runes. And the third is that she's too fast. So this is what's causing you to fail. Basically what happens is if the boss does not land a slow on your Colleen, then she's acting out of turn. Or if the boss doesn't kill your Colleen on the jump. So 3 separate issues with the Colleen. Second problem is potentially here. I don't know if the Shiwa is dying or not because she shouldn't be level 30. Yeah, you got it, John. Okay, so as long as she's dying, she's fine then. So the Shiwa triple fight is good. Now, actually, I went out of order. So it should be Colleen followed by Lauren. So the Colleen slowed down to 169, so plus 63 is the max speed you should have on the Colleen. And what'll happen is when you have a Colleen that's built almost right, the runs will work like 8 or 9 times out of 10, and then of course you're not watching anymore, so you'll never see that the fail was your fault. But I can almost guarantee you that this Colleen is causing the occasional fail. So what you want to do is lower her effective HP to about 25,000, and then you want her speed to be no more than 169 total, and then you need 2 will runes on her. Double fight will. Okay. So, Jansen, the triple fight is good, so he's at 129, the speed is good. This is a big problem. Your Jansen is front line, so he needs defense. So the raid boss does more damage based on lower defense. It's really just as simple as like taking this rune and swapping it out with a defense rune, or this rune, or this rune. It doesn't matter which one. Again, your Jansen, I mean, I don't know his effective HP. I guess I can actually look it up in the optimizer on the side. So let's go ahead and pull up the optimizer. Jansen actually does not need will because the Oblivion doesn't impact him, as long as you build him fast enough that the slow doesn't impact him either. So basically he needs plus 20 speed, and then, or plus 20 speed with a max speed tower, and then he doesn't need will. But he does need to be tanky enough to always survive, and that's the thing. Sometimes the dragon's not going to crit him 8 times or however many times he gets hit, and so maybe he's just dying only when he gets crit 8 times, so you don't see it because he runs fine 9 runs out of 10, and then you look away and that's the run that fails. So let's take a look at his effective HP. I believe for frontline he needs to be around 175k effective HP. And he is at 126. So yeah, that's a big problem. Jansen, what's happening here is your Jansen is probably dying and messing up a lot of runs. So his HP is fine, but he needs way more defense. And then just plus 20 speed. Try and get him up to about 170 to 190,000 effective HP with at least 11 to 1200 total defense. Okay, next up is the Lauren. Your Lauren is fine. Double fight will. Your Lauren is built correctly. Nothing needs to change on her. Next up is the Vidor. Double fight will. As long as he's dying. Oh no, hold up. You can't use Vidor. Oh man, I almost didn't catch that. So, next problem. Vidor's animation speed is different than Dagora's, and it can actually cause runs to desync. So, if you use Vidor, then everybody has to use Vidor. If you use Dagora, then everybody has to use Dagora, and that's why Dagora is kind of the standard. So this is another one of those things where it's like you might be fine 49 runs in a row, and then that one time that his animation changes, it will cause the run to desync. So, yeah, you can actually get the bear from Unknown Scrolls. I can't remember if he's Secret Dungeon or not, but just Unknown Scrolls for sure. Since he's 3-star, and then make sure the Dagora right here. This is what the Dagora should look like. Just level 1, unleveled, unskilled. The other thing is so Sim, I can tell you from personal testing, I think maybe the original person who made it made a mistake, or maybe the original person who made it. This is not a concentration issue, bro. I'm telling you this straight up. I have tested it because I had a problem with my own BJR5 team a long time ago, and I caught and then I slowed down my Colleen, and that fixed the problem. So the speed actually is capped at 169. I'm sure of that. Maybe the first person who made it, I mean, if you're looking at the original charts, then, you know, the team's been tweaked a lot since then. It could also have to do with speed gaps, because I know there's some testing that's been done around speed gaps, between the speed between Colleen and other monsters. So plus 69 might be okay, maybe if your other monsters are also faster, because I remember the original chart also said that your Lauren had to be like 20-something speed faster than your Bale. And if you keep her at 169 total, you know, plus 63, then your Lauren can be basically the same speed as your Bale, so that might be the difference. Actually, yeah, as I'm thinking about it, that's the difference. It has to do with the speed gap, so if your Colleen is as fast as you're saying, then the Lauren has to be significantly faster than the Bale because of the ticks. Okay, so John says, another R5 question. I max 5-starred my Rika, but haven't awoken her yet. Can she still be lead, or will she not die? And I should just awaken her. John, awaken her and build her for TOA, man. Rika is one of the 3 or 4 best monsters in the game for early game. You do not need her for a leader skill. She's going to give you so much more value. She's amazing in guild content. She's amazing in RTA down the road. She's amazing in TOA. Don't waste her for a leader skill. Oh, I just remembered. I completely forgot to pay you guys on the axe bet. Better transmog for Oki? That's just personal opinion, Nino. Honestly, it's all personal opinion there. Okay, so coming back here. Oh, man, I gotta remember the... Not additional placement. All right, we'll summon those, or we'll get those in a minute. So, your Lauren looks good. I think your Lauren is fine. We talked about the Vidor, so change him to a level 1 3-star Dagora. Make sure you awaken the Dagora. Very important because the Dagora's Resurrect skill comes from his awakening. So make sure you awaken the Dagora, then just leave him level 1 3-star, give him these exact same runes. But, that's the other thing I forgot, but you want to speed the Dagora up to be acting in between Jansen and Belager. So basically, it's dirt protection. If you have the Dagora acting... If the Dagora is faster than Jansen, but slower than Belager, then what's going to happen is if all three teams are built correctly, then the Dagora will die. It'll never take a turn. But if one of your allies has built their team incorrectly, then the Dagora will buy you a little bit of time in order for your allies' teams to act, if it acts before the Jansen, and that will keep everything synced up. So if your Jansen right here is 129, you need your Dagora to be also 129 because higher base speed, and then you'll be fine. And then the last thing, let's take a look at your Bale. So we're at Rage Will, 134. The speed is good, crit rate's good, your damage is good, your effective HP is good. Let's see here. Skill 3 crit damage, attack increasing effects. So you are actually you're actually good on the Bale, and you're good on the Lauren. And we talked about the changes from the other 4 monsters. So you do have some tweaks to make on each of these 4. If I had to pick one reason why you're getting fails, though, you know, I said Colleen at first, but honestly, I think it's the Jansen, man. This lack of defense is probably the #1 reason that you're getting fails. And then the Colleen is contributing a little bit, and the Vidor is contributing a tiny, tiny bit. Like, the Vidor desyncing is only going to come up super rarely. But the Colleen desyncing without the will runes is going to come up probably once every 10 to 20 runs, and the Jansen dying without the defense is probably coming up every few runs. So in terms of priority, fix your Jansen, fix your Colleen, and then fix your Vidor. Yeah, Sim. See, that's why I don't do public groups, Sim. So give Jansen more defense, slow your Colleen down, and lower your Colleen's effective HP, and make sure that she's dying at the time she's supposed to die, and then change Vidor for an awakened level 1 3-star Dagora, and then add will runes to your Colleen. I think that covers everything. Okay, so next up, we did wind up spending more time on BJR5 than I thought, but here's what we're going to do. We're probably not going to put the builds on the monsters because you wanted me to run builds for 5 monsters. I want to make sure you get your full community help, so what I'm going to do is just run the builds for you, and then you can pull those builds. After I repost this, you can just, you know, go to the video and pull those builds. That way you're getting your full value of redemption, but we're staying fair for the next people who are waiting for community help. So, we are looking to build Jean. Okay, no, these are the monsters not to take runes from. Got it, okay. So let's pull up our optimizer. It looks like I've got to resize that a little bit. Community help is 40,000 points, Salty Pickles. I'm sorry, okay, let me rephrase. A redemption for guaranteed community help is 40,000 points, but I'm going to be doing 2 drawings after the 2 redemptions, and the drawings will be cheap. The drawings will be like you enter just a few points to get in. Okay, so we've got our optimizer up. So first thing we're going to do, we've already loaded your JSON, so the first thing... Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, 40... I said 40,000, didn't I? Or did I say 35? It's 40,000. I might have said it wrong. But yeah, it's 40,000. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna take the 5 monsters, or 6? The 6 monsters, you said... 7 monsters. There's 7 monsters here you said not to take runes from. So we're gonna put these in the exclusion list. So that's gonna be Jean. I don't know which Jean, so we'll put them both in there. Sath. Orochi. Huh. You told me Orochi. Okay. Tattoo, Verd, Spectra, Camulus. Tattoo, Verd, Spectra, Camulus. The Dragon team. So then that's going to be your... I don't... Okay, so that last part must have been a typo then. So it's the Melias that you want, right? Water Homunculus. Got it. Okay. So we'll just go Homunculus. Oh, that's what it is. Got it. Okay, got it, got it. Eternal, I left it at 35k for a long time, but the thing is, I give out a lot of points, bro, and if it never goes up, then there's going to be a point where people will be waiting in line for months to redeem, which isn't fair either. So we give out thousands of points every stream, so it will go up over time. It will have to. John, this is called the Summoner's War Optimizer, so I'm going to drop a link into chat. That link will take you to the first video of a Summoner's War Optimizer series. I've put out the first 5 videos already. There's one more video coming, probably next week. But if you go to the first video, it'll show you how to install it, and then if you just follow through the series, it'll also show you how to use it. Okay, so we've got all of our monsters there. We are going to use locked runes, and we are going to start off. You gave me as your first priority to build... Okay, so it's Perna, Tyrannus, Pang, and Camilla. Perna, Tyrannus, Pang, and Camilla. So I think we're actually going to do... Excuse me, we're going to do the Tyrannus first. And the reason for that is because Perna doesn't gain a lot of value out of defense runes or defense subs because Perna's defense percent is so low. But the optimizer loves to give Perna defense sub runes for efficiency purposes. So I want to do the Tyrannus first so that if there's any defense, like high defense subs, we can put them onto your Tyrannus and then we'll pull the Perna build. Okay, so for Tyrannus, the ideal build is going to be defense on a slot 2, but it depends on your speed, so we'll run it both ways. The ideal build is a crit damage slot 4, but again, you know, we'll run it both ways. And then it's always going to be defense slot 6. It's always going to be Vile Will. So those things are always going to stay that way. We are going to run it with a simulate. So this is going to assume that you're running some raids, so it'll give us runes that... you know, like it may give us some ungrinded runes that you'll have to then go out and grind, but it'll guarantee that you're going to have the best build once you've grinded the runes fully. Now, I am going to run for you what I would consider to be somewhat of a Guardian level build, and if we can't get there, then we'll lower the stats, but we're going to assume him with a defense buff, a defense break, max skill up on an average Guardian enemy. So we're going to go 1200 defense right there. Now, at a Guardian level build, I'm going to want him over 200 speed. So I'll give a little buffer. We'll drop it to 90. I'm going to want him over 20,000 HP. Definitely over, probably more like 23, 24. The 20 is the minimum. We do need at least 85 crit rate. And then, while we would like to see some accuracy, that is the one stat, like, I'll tend to sacrifice more on him. And then, in terms of damage, I want to see him doing probably 30,000 damage with a defense buff and a defense break setup. So let's start with this. If we can't do it, that's totally okay. Now, the other thing is, I don't want to run it with artifacts because that gets complicated, but I want to emulate artifacts. So he's got a base defense of, if we look up here, his base defense is 834. And 2 flat defense artifacts is 200 defense. That's a quarter. So it's basically 3 determination sets. So if we just mark in 3 determination sets, we're pretending to add in that 200 defense. And if we add in 2 more determinations, we're pretending that we've got some good sub-properties as well. So when we calculate the damage, we'll just pretend there's 5 determination sets there. Actually, we're going to take one of those back. We're going to call it 4 because you said your artifact quality is not that good. So we'll call it 4. We'll go ahead and optimize. Okay, so we've got no builds, and you did tell me you wouldn't get any builds. That's okay. I just wanted to start at this build range. We can work our way down a little bit. So now we're going to go 18,000. I also do want to throw in, we'll pretend that you've got a 44 defense lead. And we'll close this off, and then we'll drop this damage count down to about 25,000. Let's see if we can pull something up there. And I see builds already. There you go. We got 6 builds. So, it looks like no matter what we do, we're going to be low on HP, but we're going to be in the correct speed range. This one has some accuracy as well. Speed, crit damage, defense. I like that. We got really good crit damage here. All right, let's try running this a little bit lower on the damage side. We're going to keep the speed up. Oh, you know what? I forgot to sim. I was actually running it using the grinds you have, not the sim. So we're going to do that as well. We're going to go ahead and run this one more time. And we've got 4 builds on the sim now. We got to drop this out also. Our focus was too low. So there we go. Let me catch up on chat while that runs. All my speed is on Dragon's team. Yeah. So remember, I'm running this... yeah, I mean, we're running this pulling from anybody. And John, yeah, honestly, bro, like, I know you're new, so you won't get as much value from swap just yet. You really won't. The more runes you have, the more value you get from swap. But this is, for anybody who's been playing for a few months, this is, like, an essential tool. Like, you just... I can't even imagine playing the game without swap, honestly. Alright, so we got to cap this crit rate. That's a little bit too high. That's just wasted stats. So we'll go ahead and cap that off there. Let's bring this down, and then speed, defense, crit rate, crit damage, defense. We'll use grinds, include in memorials, simulate fully grinded runes at minimum. We've got our determination sets. There we go. I was wondering why it wasn't coming up with builds. Okay. So we can do, in terms of a damage build, we can make him hit for 28,000. And he'll have 171,000 effective HP. So we're going to start by setting that as our floor, 170,000 effective HP. We are going to cap the crit rate now at 101. And there's a simple reason I cap the crit rate. It's just because you need crit rate on lots of monsters. So if I give Tyrannus 140 crit rate, then you're going to hit other monsters that you can't make your crit rate with it. Yeah, Sim, so if you set the search depth blank, it just runs every rune in your box, basically. Does Kaki benefit from life drain artifacts? He does, yeah, he does, Jax, because he has a built-in life drain on his skill 1. So Mini-Kui, to be honest, I've now find it easier to build Trikaru without the optimizer. When I build Trikaru for people, if you don't already have the runes that give you the ability to build the team, I actually find it easier to do it manually. But for a build like this, where I want to see the damage the monster can do, swap is just so much better. I'm going to drop the link in one more time so that you guys, for those of you who are just getting exposed back out to swap again, I dropped the link into chat that'll show you how to install it. Alright, so we've got 28k damage up here, so let's bring this up to 25,000 because I really do want him to be able to hit hard. Let's take a look at what our speed ranges are. We can go from 190 to 200. Honestly, his speed is not essential. Yeah, it's easier to build with a chart, honestly, Sim. The thing is, like, you have to modify the Trikara runes so much these days. Like, if you're building your team for the first time, the gems and grinds you have to use in order to get there, it's easier to kind of visualize than it is to do it with swap because swap can't estimate the gems. But if you're trying to do a damage calculation like this, then swap does the math for you so much faster. Alright, so effective HP range, I do see a bunch over 180. The higher we can get him, the better. I do see an accuracy build there as well. So let's call it 10 accuracy. Let's bring this up to 180,000. Let's apply this. Now we're down to 4 builds. These are all simulated builds again. So remember, this is all assuming that you're going to go ahead and gem and grind. This is the first one, Jason. It is Lightning Dragon. So these are all assuming that you're going to go ahead and gem and grind your runes. And so Lightning Dragon, I am going to say that the one I like the most here is probably, they're all basically the same speed. This one's got a slightly higher crit rate, so let's bring this up to the 90 crit rate. More consistency never hurts. And then these two are the same speed, but this one has way more HP, way more effective HP. I feel a lot more comfortable with this one. So I think this is the build that you're going to want to do. And then just one more time, keep in mind that what this is assuming right here is that you're using a min roll legend grind. So for example, it's telling you that the HP percent right here is going to roll +5. So when you get your final build, this is assuming all min roll legend grinds, so that's +5s on your grinds and +4 on your speed grinds. In addition to that, we're going to run through this real quick as far as gems and grinds go. On this speed 1, I would gem this crit rate into higher crit rate, honestly. Or do I do the speed? No, on this slot 1, I gem the speed into higher speed. Slot 2 is already gemmed. On the slot 3, leave it alone. Actually, no, gem this HP percent into defense percent. Yeah, on the slot 3, gem the HP percent into defense percent, and you'll do more damage. So that's perfect, and you'll get a higher stat there. On the slot 4, you're going to gem this defense flat into defense percent, so you'll do even more damage. On this slot 5, it's already gemmed. On the slot 6, you are going to gem this defense flat into attack percent because he does scale damage on attack percent. So this 25,000 damage will get up close to 30,000 damage once you do those gems that I just mentioned as well. And again, I'm going to post this video on my second channel so you can watch back through. What's up, player 1? How you doing? So you just pulled a Molly, a Charlotte, and a Huawei. Which one should I use for PvE? Charlotte, bro, all the way. Charlotte is amazing in TOA. She's amazing in Hall of Heroes. Anything that has big groups of monsters, Charlotte is an absolute awesome monster for. She can also be used in RTA, and if you do certain builds, she can be used in PvP as well. Molly is primarily a guild content defense monster and maybe a niche pick in RTA. And then the Fire Sky Dancer, which is Huawei, she's just not very good at all. So the thing is, this is his build right now, but we're going to be rebuilding your Perna right after. So we're going to go ahead and lock this right now. And now we're going to do... Huawei is for older teams for Wind Rift, but there's so many better options now. It's just not worth the investment to build her, honestly. You can find so many other monsters that will do more for you in Wind Rift and not require 4-star skill ups or be useful in other places, either way. Okay, so we've got your Perna. We're going to load this all with the same configuration, except now we're going to do 4 fight sets to simulate those artifacts. With the Perna, I don't know the damage range we can hit yet, so I'm not going to plug in damage. I do know that I want it to be, again, around 190 speed, so we're actually going to start with this. We're going to remove the use locked runes now, and we're going to throw Tyrannus into the exclusion list. We'll go ahead and optimize and see what we come up with. I believe 10 days, Rosar, 10 days. Plague Raven, I have not tried it. This type of game is so time consuming, I could not really play 2 of the same type of game, and I do love Summoner's War, so... Nothing better than eating chips. Nice, Leggy, nice, bro. What's up, Josmeal? What? I don't know what happened there, Josmeal. I missed your messages, but I just saw they got retracted, so how you doing anyway? Hawks won the game being down 30 at the half. Wow, that's crazy, Andy. Honestly, Sim, I still like Charlotte more than Chung. She's a little bit more reliable because she has a better activation rate. Yeah, the Chung is just a little too inconsistent because of the lack of activation rate. And then Charlotte gives you control on 2 skills, where Chung really only gives you control on 1. So for PvE, Chung is clearly better, but for PvE, I would take Charlotte. Especially, don't forget, Charlotte also gives you attack bar boost. I mean, Charlotte is definitely more built for PvE. What's up, Yuno? How you doing, man? Alright, so we've got 1 million builds for your Perna, getting damage range from 13,000 to 20,000. So we clearly, I mean, Perna, you just want to be on the higher end of that damage range, so we're going to bring this up to 18,000. We'll apply again. A little bit of accuracy is nice for those skill 1 stuns as well. So this puts us to, now we're down to 6 pages, just 50 builds. What's up, Wojo? How you doing? Lopatsky, I would not recommend building a Casus. I know there are some people who can use a Casus in like niche circumstances, but I feel like it's much more of a late game niche use and not a monster that I would invest resources in at any point while you still need your resources. Right now she hits for 20,000. But right now, and yeah, same speed. But see, like right here, this is 100 crit rate. This will give you greater consistency with a little accuracy as well. Does have more effective HP right now. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's compare this on the skill 1 then. So if you said she does 6,000 on the skill 1. Let's go ahead and do that. Average. Usually you use Perna with a speed lead. So we'll just throw a speed lead in there. Let's go ahead and apply. It's the skill 2 activation rate, Sim, because he doesn't have 100% activation on either his strip or his defense break. I think it's 50% activation on each. So that for me is a problem. And then Chung will take away all the attack bar, and he'll also give a 1-turn cooldown, but he only does that on one skill, where Charlotte also has an AoE stun. Yeah, the stun. To be fair, the stun is 60% skilled, but she also gives you glancing and slows. Jason, the community help us to build monsters. We're just running builds. That's all. Okay, 32,000 damage. Very thin. So current build is 18. Oh, where did I see 30? No, that's effective HP. Current build is 18,000. This would be 18,000. What's up, Armadillo? I have not. I don't think I will. Bro, Rosar, rank 15. That's sick, man. Huge congratulations. And yeah, like Stug mentioned, she also turn cycles on her S1. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Chung is bad, Sim, at all. I mean, Chung is a great PvE monster. If you have them both, you can use them both together. But if I were just picking between the two, if I only had one spot in my team, I would take the Charlotte over the Chung. But they're both great monsters. Like, I'm not knocking Chung here. I think Charlotte does more for PvE than Chung does, especially on auto, because of the fact that both Charlotte's S2 and S3 are going to have AoE benefits, whereas in the case of Chung, only the S2 does. So if you're autoing and Chung uses the wrong skill at the wrong time, then it can mess you up. Okay, so I don't really like this build, I gotta be honest. I feel like this is I mean, it's a slight downgrade because we boosted your Tyrannus, but I don't love this build. That's because we're on Violent Will, though. What are you on right now? You're on Violent Will now, okay. Wonder why we're... You know what? I think, no, why are we coming up? Maybe it's because of the accuracy. Maybe it's the accuracy that's limiting us. Okay, here we go. So we got some higher damage builds. You give up a lot of effective HP, but honestly, with Perna, that's not that big of a deal. I mean, Sim, they're both going to do great. Honestly, bro, they're both going to do great at the end of the day. I think they're probably somewhat interchangeable, and so it's kind of personal preference. Some of us just like some monsters more than others also. For me, Chung is so much more for PvP that I would have him in a PvP build, which makes him... You know, I guess that's part of the comparison, too, is they're very different builds. My Charlotte is built for PvE. I guess if I gave Chung Charlotte's runes, they'd be close to equal, but then I couldn't use Chung in PvP, so... Yeah, I gotta say, I think what's limiting us here is that one big crit rate rune that went on the Tyrannus. I think that's the deal. So maybe if I slow her down a little bit, we'll get some better builds. And we're still running sim, yeah, we're still running a simulation. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting some better builds. Okay, so if we just want pure HP, we can come up here, 27, 18.2, 18.18. Here's a 19,000 with, yeah, there we go. So I think part of it, too, I wonder if you have HP artifacts on your Perna? No? Attack and defense, okay. Yeah, so I guess the Tyrannus just ate up a couple of those runes. It didn't come through this time, Leggy. It didn't come through. Blade Revenge will? I mean, that would work, Salty. I don't know that he needs a ton of revenge. I like him on Violent, but I think he's very flexible. You can put him on a lot of different stuff. Yeah, Tyrannus took 2 runes, but the big one he took was the crit rate rune, so that can only go on 1 monster. I think I would go with this build. I like the consistency with Perna. Tyrannus is meant for a long fight. Perna is often meant to be a nuker. So this build right here, to me this is a slight upgrade over what you have. So here's the thing, you're losing 5,000 HP. The defense is just because of the artifact, so you could switch this up. But for that 5,000 HP, you keep the damage about the same, but the reality is your damage is going to be much more consistent because this way Perna won't miss any crits. And I mean, not that 6 accuracy is much, but it's 6 accuracy. So to me, these 2 builds are very comparable. And the trade-off here is that you manage to build an amazing Tyrannus while not really dropping much of value from your Perna. However, it is pulling a rune from your Bale. So that was a rune that you hadn't, or that was a monster you hadn't given me on the list, but I don't think we want to take anything from Bale. So I am going to eliminate this build from contention. What's up, Shmoo? How you doing, man? Alright, let's bring this down to 85. Okay. Bio will, no broken sets. I don't see anything else we can change here. I don't really want to lower that further, so I think we got to lower this down. Hey! Congrats on the summer break, man. That's awesome, bro. Alright, so in the case of Perna, I would go with the higher crit damage build now off this list because that's going to scale a little bit more with that skill 2. He wants high damage, Jason. I don't think we're going to get the high damage with the HP slot 6. I don't think it's going to change. I'm going to pin this build. We'll rerun it one more time just to see. But I don't think we'll get the damage with the HP 6. Yeah, it's the same 4 builds. Okay, so this is the build I would go for. And, ooh, see, this is perfect, bro. This is perfect. Look at that. +6, +9, +9, +9. So once you put this build on, you're going to gain a ton of stats. This is not a finished monster by any stretch of the imagination. And this build is already pretty close to what you have right now. It's going to be 181 speed, so it's only 6 speed slower. You're losing some HP and a little bit of damage, but that's all going to be made up once you +15 all of these runes. I think this build is, if it's not an upgrade, it's going to be at least equal. I actually think it's an upgrade because you're gaining accuracy as well. Yeah, this is your build, man. I actually think this build will upgrade your Perna once you +15 everything here. So I'm calling this your build. In terms of gems, let's see here. So the slot 2, I would gem this HP flat into HP percent for Perna. No, attack percent. I'm sorry. No attack percent there yet. So on the slot 2, I would gem the HP flat into attack percent. On the slot 1, I would keep it as it is. On the slot 3, you're going to gem HP percent in if it doesn't roll. Otherwise, gem in speed, I guess. So the slot 3 doesn't even have speed on it yet, so your Perna will be faster, actually, if you gem in the speed. For the slot 4, bro, 23 speed already. That's beautiful. Attack and defense. So on the slot 12, on the +12, just put HP percent there. On the slot 5, you have accuracy, HP, crit rate. So on the +12, put speed, makes it even faster. And then on the slot 6, we have accuracy, crit rate, HP. So on the +12, put speed again. Your Perna is going to be like 220 speed once you gem all this speed in. All right, we are well past half an hour on Lightning Dragon, I believe. Let's see, what was it? Pang and Camilla. So we're going to skip the Pang because honestly, Pang is just very situational. I don't have a general build that I can actually put Pang into because it would depend on the comps you're going to use her in anyway. I will run the Camilla for you, and then I think we'll be moving on to Eternal Dark because I think we are past the time. So let's run one last build for you for Camilla. In this case, we're going to want Violent Destroy. We do expand this a little bit. Speed, attack, and HP are all fine. Crit rate, crit damage are fine. Attack, HP are fine. And here what we're looking for is a minimum of about 32,000 HP, 180 speed, 80 crit rate is okay. And I think that's pretty much the only parameters we care about. Let's check what we're going to do on a skill 1 just so we have a point of contrast. Usually no attack buff on her. We want the average, and let's apply. Sky Sim actually paid me to give him all of your points when you weren't looking. Just saying. Oh, no worries, Lightning Dragon. No worries, bro. Alright, so for the Camilla, what we care most about is high HP, high effective HP while she can still do some damage. That's looking good right here. This already is looking good. So let's boost this up and make that kind of like our baseline. 35,000 and 180,000. Give us some points of reference at 4,000 damage. So we're going to do this. We'll apply. We're down to 1 page now, actually. Here's 190 speed, which is nice. There's a bunch of high crit rate builds as well, so let's narrow it down further. Take that 100 crit rate. Let's see, we're going to cut this off. Yeah, let's bring this up to 190, and I think we have our build. Let me make sure this isn't taking from your Perna. Fran, May. Yeah, so this is your build right here. This was actually a much easier build to find. So last thing for your build here in terms of gems. On the slot 1, we have attack, speed, HP. So change this crit damage into higher crit damage. HP, speed. Yeah, on the slot 1, just change this into higher crit damage because she's already got 100 crit rate. So there's no point in adding more crit rate here. On the slot 2, change this resistance into defense percent. Yeah. Slot 2, change the res into defense percent. On the slot 3, change the HP flow. On the slot 3, I would actually probably leave it alone and just grind everything. On the slot 4, accuracy, HP, it's crit rate rune. On the slot 4, change the attack flat into attack or defense percent. Either one's okay. On the slot 5, just grind everything. Actually, regem the speed, entire speed, but just grind everything. And on the slot 6, we have speed, defense. Change the crit damage into attack percent because you'll actually do more damage by getting the attack percent over that 7 crit damage, and the defense is going to help your Camilla because she's basically a tank build. So there you go, bro. We did get 3 of the 4 monsters. We fixed your BJR5 team. Again, I will upload this video onto the second channel tomorrow so you can go back and watch through everything. Give you a timestamp right now. We're at 1 hour 25 minutes into the stream is where you're going to wrap up. And on that note, we are going to switch over to Eternal Dark. So Eternal, what are we doing for you today, bro? What are we doing for you today? So Eternal and Lightning Dragon both redeemed points. So these are point redemptions, and then we're gonna do 2 drawings after this. No more rune crafting. Make sure your RTA is on the right track. Not today, you know. I don't think today. I've been scheduling streams that are dedicated to that type of thing. But I want to make sure I can get through 4 community helps today. So I don't think we're going to be doing any replays today. Nice, Lightning. Alright, so we are on the account now of Eternal Dark. Yeah, I'm logged out, Lightning. I'm on Eternal's account now. So Eternal, oh, that's right. Yeah, so guys, for those of you who didn't catch the last stream, we summoned a Yogun for Eternal who already had Volantis. At this point, with Yogun, Volantis, and Kinky, this should be red right here, bro. I mean, even if they were all unruned, this should be red. But with that said, so what we're going to be doing is taking a look at Eternal's account, and then I assume you probably want me to play some matches, get a feel for it, and make some adjustments for runes. That's why you did the double redemption. And then Eternal, do me a favor, take 80,000 points from yourself and take 40,000 points from Lightning Dragon if we didn't get those points yet. I'm not sure if we did. Volantis and no Yogan. Yeah, so Volantis is amazing, but I mean, so the thing is, Minnie, we had like a really rough summoning session. It was a good re-up session, but it was kind of a rough summoning session. And at the very end, Eternal was like, you know what? Go buy a premium pack for 1,350 crystals and get fire scrolls. And in those 7 scrolls, we pulled the freaking Yogan. It was insane, man. Alright, so Yogan's at 276. I better see will runes at that speed. I do, okay. I don't love it on Swift, but Skylover with the super chat says, let's sell Eternal's best speed rune so he can cry at me and so he can cry on my cocky. Wow, I almost said that the wrong way. Sky, thank you very much for the super chat, and that is a done deal. Okay, let's see. So we're gonna see what is Eternal's fastest rune. Okay, right here. So we can go ahead. We'll go ahead and sell this rune. Is it okay to Devilmon Lucian for the dot team when I'm early game and can't pull any jokers? Salty, I would not. No, you can fusion the jokers for skill ups. Fusion the JoJos, but you never want to devil a 4-star. You never. The devils will, later on in the game, devils will become so painfully valuable. The only 2 4-stars I would ever even excuse you for doing, I wouldn't do it myself. The only 2 I would ever even excuse you for doing would be Martina or Kinky. Other than Martina or Kinky, there's no excuse to ever devil a 4-star. Alright, so let's start by taking a look at your replays and see how you're drafting. 1555, so you won this one. So Yogan first pick, that's a given. The Volantis you're rushing out. I don't think you need to pull the Volantis this quickly because he's not going to be contested. So I think you could have pulled something else here. I personally probably would have gone with the Water Ryu, although I see what you're trying for the Tomo here. Let's actually, so let me kind of look at this. So you pull Yogan, he came out with the Tessarian and the Barbara. Yeah, I might have gone, I mean, you won the fight, obviously, but I don't know that I would have rushed the Volantis out here. What's up, Chad? How you doing, man? Alright, so on this one, Yogan first pick. This is, I mean, Yogan should be first pick in every match, so that's correct. Now we've got the Leo Fran. You came out with the Tomo Vertihile, so I like the Verd pick here against this Leo. Again, I think maybe the Tomo is rushed because you may not need a speed lead at this point. Did you win this one? Yeah, you won this one also. So far, I mean, I'm okay with the monsters you're drafting, but I think maybe you're rushing some of your picks. So right here, Yogan against Molong Harmonia. This one's also, no, this one was a loss. So we got Yogan against Tyrannus and, Yogan against Molong Harmonia. So you bring out the Volantis. Yeah, see, like right here, I feel like if you pull the Kinky, even though you give him the opportunity to counter the Kinky, you don't reveal your hand. Because when you pull this Volantis and this Tomo, you're telling him exactly what you're doing, and he's already started to counter that. So you want to just try and confuse him a little bit more. Something like Tomo and Kinky, or even just pulling this Lauren and Kinky right here, probably would have made his draft harder. You would have put more pressure on it. Let's see, you lost this one as well. So he came out with the Ciara, Yogan Gani. Alright, Yogan Gani. So, do we need the Gani this early? Him playing the Ciara, he could be going a couple of ways. Ciara is a very neutral pick. The Volantis is not contested. I think if you feel like you need Gani in your comp, and I think you usually do, yeah. So I think this is good. I think this is good. I want to go back and look at your box, but I think this is good. Now he comes back with the Gemini Leo, which is just really weird. That's a weird combination. It's like contesting speed with Leo on the field. I do like the Vertihile immediate counter on the Leo. I'm good with the Volantis here at this point because you're kind of hiding the Kinky. So I think your draft here is really good. He came out with the Rika and the Fran. You brought out the Kinky. Yeah, this is a tough one. I think you kind of have to ban the Rika here. I wonder if you did. I think you just got beat on the draft, and I don't think you drafted badly. I think you just got beat. I think he drafted better. He was confusing with that Gemini Leo. Yeah, so you should have banned the Rika, though. Yeah, well, Verd's not going to revenge a lot, but you lost because you didn't ban the Rika, honestly. That Fran's not a threat to you. You've got double strip. And you've got Ganny to reset. I mean, Fran's a threat, obviously, but Fran was not the primary threat. Because the thing is, like, if you let the Ciara through, with an attack buff bomb, she can kill one of your monsters. But if you let the Rika through, she can kill all of your monsters. So you were relying on a 45% proc rate with the Verd, where you could have just taken the Rika out and tried to go mono and mono. Yeah, I'm not saying, and don't get me wrong, I think you potentially still lose that even if you let the Fran through and ban the Rika. But I think your odds are better if you ban the Rika because you have a chance to gain control. You've got provokes, you've got resets, you've got Yogan Scroll Trap. So Ciara can only take out one monster and you're going to get a minimum of 3 really good threats through. Plus you've got the potential for Kinky. That's probably, I mean, even if your Kinky gets one shot, you can still win. Like, you don't have to think of Kinky as your only hope of winning. So, there's still a really good chance you lose. Like, if Verd doesn't counter, if Volantis doesn't provoke, if Ciara procs, then you still lose anyway. But you lose less often than by letting the Rika through. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so Yogan first pick, he comes out with the, what's up, William? What's up, Kang? How you guys doing? So we got Yogan first pick, comes out with the Molong Icarus. You come back Volantis and Ganny right here. So do I like these picks? Again, I still feel like you're exposing your hand too soon. But I'm trying to think of what else. I need to go back and look at your box to know if this may have been the right picks here. I need to go back and look at your box to see your alternatives. I just feel like you're going all in and showing your hand, and then right here, the late pivot, like the Tomo, I'm not really sure what the Tomo does for you here, because there's not that many effects you can prolong, and he's going to wind up with Cleanse between these two. He's got Heal here, he's got Revenges here. I don't think the Tomo fits into this pivot. Like, if you were going to run the Triana, then you needed something else that would be more of a damage threat, because you don't have enough control off these 3. You need either more control or more damage here, preferably a defense break. And then once he pulls the Lulu, my guess is you ban the Lulu, but you should have banned either the Xingzhe or the Icarus. Let's see. I'll be doing drawings after Eternal's account, William. I'm actually going to open the first drawing up probably in about 20, or the next drawing up in about 20 minutes. Yeah, I knew you banned the Lulu. You should have banned the Icarus. He's got, because that Icarus is going to go straight, he's basically going to go Molong Icarus into your Triana, and then it's game over, I assume, and neither of them are really affected by that glancing. You didn't land the provokes. At this point, yikes, Ragdoll. Like, Ragdoll. If you want to play turn 2, you need Ragdoll. There's almost... actually, no, let me... that's not true. That's not true. If you want to play turn 2, you need either to have, like, Ragdoll and Tian Lang, or you need to have all of the meta strippers, but most important is Yogan. I don't know... I'm sure there's some people who are doing it. There's probably some people better than me out there. I don't see it as possible to play turn 2 unless you have Yogan, so that you don't have to face Yogan in the current meta. But I know there's some people who are doing it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, though. I don't have an answer for you at the moment. Other than have Yogan and take him away so you don't face him, or have Ragdoll so you can consistently cut. Okay, so here we've got the Fire Ryu. First picks. You come back with the Yogan Ciara, so I like this. Okay, so if you have Yogan, and the core monsters that you need to play turn 2. So Lulu and Fran, obviously. And then beyond that, you're going to want to go most likely with HP scaling monsters. It's harder to do it with defense scaling monsters now, although it can be done. So for HP scaling monsters, you're looking at stuff like Fire Bison, Molong. Vigor is still usable. You pulled Molong, Amelia, Bulwark. Bro. Okay, yeah. So you want to build your team around Molong. You're going to first pick the Yogan. You're going to build it around Molong. You want to take advantage of the Yogan attack buff. So Ciara is going to play really well into there. And actually, if you could open up with something like Yogan Ciara +1, you'll hide the fact that you're playing turn 2 really well. That's how you're going to be successful. The way to really succeed is on turn 2 is to make them think you're playing turn 1 while you are actually playing turn 2. Diana doesn't do that much against the current control Jason. I think I have 100% loss rate with her. I'm not even kidding. I can show you my replays. I've lost like 20 plus in a row with her. If the most she can do for you is get like a shield up that's going to get stripped again on the next turn anyway. But with that said, if you have the Yogan, then Diana's going to work amazingly, but she's just more of a counter pick. Yogan, Ciara, Fran, Gani. Then Molong, Shren, Vigor, Lulu. So you want to balance things out, yikes. You want to have 2 immunity buffers in there, and then you're also going to have the Yogan. So if you're running like 2 immunity buffers plus Yogan, then you need 2 big damage dealers. One of them is going to be your Molong, and the other one is going to be somewhat of a counter pick based on what the enemy's running. So like if the enemy is wind heavy, you don't want to have both Molong and Vigor in there. That's where you would have like the Fire Bison or some other sort of fire-based threat. Or you could also have Diana. Jason, Ace plays at a different speed than I do though, and he plays with the Yogan. So again, if you're playing turn 1, Diana's an amazing pivot. If you have Yogan, Diana's an amazing pivot. But if you're playing Diana with nothing to cut the enemy against 4 strippers, Diana just doesn't do much for you. And Diana's SS tier in the current meta. Diana is SS tier in the current meta. This is not talking down on Diana. This is talking about how Diana fits into certain comps. Just to be clear, I'm not talking down on Diana. She fits in some comps amazingly well, and others doesn't fit as well. Yikes, so if you're starting with the Yogan, Ciara, Molong, I would take both your final 2 picks as flex picks. You can flex into Lulu Fran, you can flex into more damage, you can flex into control, you can flex into the ability to cut, you can flex like right here with the Blution. So that's where all of your strategy is going to come in. Like your core is going to be that Yogan, Ciara, Molong, and the strategy is going to be built around how you counter the enemy's team with your final 2 picks. And obviously, you're not always going to get that core because Yogan and Ciara are the 2 most contested monsters in the game. So you do need to also have strategies for when you lose one or the other. Losing the Yogan, if you don't have Water Ryu and Heigang both, you're going to really struggle to take a turn. And then if you do have the Ryu and Heigang, you want to draft them carefully and at the right time so that the enemy doesn't pivot on you too quickly. If you lose the Ciara, you do have alternatives. Basically, that's a good place to fill in that Diana that Jason was mentioning. That's a good place to look at other win-based damage dealers or attribute advantage damage dealers based on what the enemy's running. But the Yogan is really going to be the heart of everything, because when you can take the Yogan, then you don't face the Yogan, but it also can drive your enemy away from the control comps more because he's the key to their control comp. It'll get you more opportunities to play turn 2 versus, or to play Bruiser versus Bruiser. Okay, Jason, so I must have misunderstood you. I thought you were just saying the key to turn 2 is playing Diana. But yeah, it's very different when you have the Yogan and when you don't. And Ace plays turn 2 with Diana, but he really plays turn 1.5 because he does outspeed a fair amount. That speed difference that's a big difference. Like, if you outspeed a third of the time or half the time, that's a very different calculation than when you're playing in the 220s or 230s like I do. Just to be clear on that as well, if you're playing 250s Violent as a turn 2, because 250s or 260s Violent is still considered turn 2 to me, but you will take turn 1 on occasion with that team, and if you've got strippers in the core of your team in that 250, 260 range, it's not quite the same calculation as when you're playing intentionally so slow that you always take turn 2. Okay, so this fight right here, we've got the Fire Ryu open. So you came back with the Yogan Ciara. I like these counters. I think this is perfect. He comes out with the Antares and Diana. Man, I don't know if you have Belinus or if you have Rika, but that was what was needed here. You needed to force him, because he's got so much RNG-based counters on your monsters that are kind of thin. You needed to force him in a different direction. Bringing out the Volantis and Tomo kind of plays into his draft right here. So I really like your opening counter. I don't like the Tomo at all. I don't think she does anything. That's right. Yeah, that's right, Eternal. So I would have had Belinus here over the Tomo. You can last pick Tomo if you feel like you need the speed lead, but at this point your opponent has no speed leads. You're already taking turn 1. So you don't really need to force in that second speed lead when your opponent has none until you see what he drafts here. So something like Volantis Belinus would have been much better here, because then it forces your opponent. The Juno is still coming out, and the Kinky is still coming out. He's probably going to draft this the same either way, but that Belinus gives you a lot more power. And then instead of being stuck with the Blution, you could have done something to cleanse or cut. Like even the Water Ryu here would have worked well. You bring in the Water Ryu and then ban the Diana, for example, and your Belinus can just take over. And if they ban the Belinus, then your Ciara takes over. The Blution was kind of more of a Hail Mary at this point to try and make up for the fact that you had Tomo. And it looks like you won the fight. I assume the only way you could have won this fight is if you banned Juno and RNG went your way. That would be my guess. Yeah. On Diana is additional damage by attack or by HP, considering... so for Rosar, I believe it's by attack. I believe it's additional damage by attack that's going to be better for you, because she's going to be... Like, if she has 45k HP and she loses a third in human form, then she has 30k. And if she has, like, 2k attack and she gains half in human form, she has 3k. So you could actually math it out. I've never done the math, but I just intuitively went with attack for her. What's up, Dinner Roll? Having a good night? Absolutely, bro. How about yourself? Alright, so we looked at some of your fights. Let's take a quick look at your speed tuning, and then I'm going to play a couple. We'll see how I do, and then we'll go back and look at the monsters again. Is this Nemesis? Rage Will. Okay, so if your Samanth is not going to get a turn back, I would love to see some Nemesis on here. I'm sure you probably can't make him this strong on double Nemesis Will, but I feel like I'd rather see him, if you're going to run him at plus 19, which I'm okay with, I would rather see him have tons of Nemesis so he gets back-to-back turns. So let's start with that. Let's see what stats you're getting here. Dinner Roll becoming a channel member again. Dinner Roll, thank you very much for becoming a channel member, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much for the support, bro. Seriously. Yeah, so Johnny, in the last balance patch, they also just made big changes to DB11. DB11 now drops only 6-star runes or legend 5-star runes, and they did nerf the boss a little bit as well, so I think you want to split the difference and focus on DB11. But the other thing you really want to make sure you're doing is farming some raid, even if it's not BJR5. Like, you don't have to do BJR5. R3 is totally fine, but it's going to be those gems and grinds that are going to get you to the next level. Like a fully grinded blue rune. A fully gemmed and grinded blue rune will almost always be better than an ungrinded legend rune, seriously. So I would work on DB11 and then do some R3, and you're going to get to Dragon's B12 before you know it. Bro, welcome back to the game, man. I definitely understand the need for that. I definitely can understand the need for that. All right, we'll do him in the optimizer. I do think your Samantha needs a rebuild, though. Okay, let's take a look at the Amelia. So 35, 248, Violent Will. I would really prefer to see Amelia on max resistance, but I get it. Resistance doesn't really do anything in this meta, so I don't think it's necessarily worth rebuilding her. The build itself is solid minus the resistance. So yeah, I'm kind of in between there. Blution needs more HP, bro. Make sure they have to use a couple of hits in order to force him to revive. Because the risk you run here with no defense and no HP is that they actually just force him to revive while their strippers are still going, and then they get to strip that invincibility. I don't know if you're having that problem or not, but to me I feel like he needs a lot more HP, a little more defense. I also think you can make him slower. This is another one here where you could just make him another Nemesis trap, double Nemesis Will, and force him into that turn. But the thing is, you don't want him to take his turn too fast. You want him to actually get hit twice before he takes that turn. So probably more like double Will Nemesis or something like that. Wojo upgrading the channel member to fantastic supporter. Wojo, thank you very much, man. Really appreciate it, bro. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And so now, Wojo, you will be on the member screen for the next stream. We'll be updating this as well. Thank you guys very much, man. I really appreciate it. Draikaru is Terabad, works great for 11, fails on 12, need more towers and better slot 1 guard. So Nelson, if you're failing on 12 and passing 11, there's a couple of fixes. One is to add damage, the other is to add speed. The third one is to make your Verd tankier. So I'd have to watch it run to see why you're failing, but a lot of times just making your Verd tankier can make the difference as well. And most of the time you can do all of that stuff just through gems and grinds. So that's where the even farming R3 is going to help. Chorn, so a DB12 team. If you have twins absolutely dominate DB10. I've got a couple of older videos on Dragons B10. You can check my channel for them. One of them works with Julie and then the other works with twins. If you don't have either twins or the rune quality to pull off the Julie team, you can honestly just run Vertihile as a leader, and then you can run something like Bella and Sigmarus, and then a little bit of like attack bar manipulation like Law, stuff like that. So Nelson, unfortunately, Raid is literally the single most important part of the game. Not even exaggerating. There's nothing else in this game that gives you as much progression as Raid. But what I will say is you can run a second placement, so you only have to raid with one other person, and if you do R3, you can just bring in a random person and ignore them. You don't have to socialize, bro. You really don't have to socialize. But I would definitely make a point of doing the raid. Alright, so we talked about Pollution. Let's take a look at the Hay Gang. Your Hay Gang needs to be faster, bro. This is like an easy fix. Maybe it's not an easy fix. Let's see. Okay, this rune, yeah. Okay, so this rune needs to be on Hay Gang. The thing is, he doesn't give himself that much of an attack bar boost, so if you don't have him fast enough, you're not going to cut consistently. The speed is fine there. Let's see, can we speed this up at all? No, we can't. Okay. And what about here? That's your fastest set. So this is really, I guess, all we can do. 25 speed, and this needs a grind. Okay. Yeah, so I would make this change. Plus 15 this rune, finish grinding it out, and then get the grinds on the rest of your runes. But the faster you can make them, the better. 270, which is what I run mine at. 270 is what you need to cut a 307 unit. So if you're 257 right now, you're only cutting like a 294 unit, which is not going to cut basically the only thing it'll cut is Gianna, but it really won't cut most players in C3. That is the single most obnoxious part of the game, Sim, not the most important. What's up, Garb? How you doing, man? Alright, Water Ryu. So we're on Swift Broken, but 208, so the Broken is fine. The accuracy is good. Tell me you got the rest of it here. You do. That looks great. Your Ryu build is solid, man. Ryu build is great. The only thing about the Ryu build is he's so much faster than everything else. I don't know if you have the ability to get stuff closer or not. Pepina, I don't. I actually just did the math when I built my Heigang. That's why I know it. So I only know that one specific thing because I did the math on mine. And actually, the math I did on mine was I needed him at 272 to cut 309, which was my target. But at 272, I was missing too much accuracy, so I gave up the 2 speed to cut 307. Okay, so the Garo doesn't really do much in the current meta. I'd probably just de-rune him, honestly, but I think the build is fine. He should have more crit rate, and I would rather see this be on Nemesis, but that's about it. Again, I wouldn't even use him, so I don't think it matters all that much. I would give him more accuracy, though. If you bring in Garo, you need those skill 2 stuns, so maybe more crit rate, more accuracy, trade off some of that crit damage, and then put him on Nemesis. Leica, 172, crit rate's solid. We are on Vampire Will. Good build on the Leica. Nothing needs to change there. So Ameda, I am actually on Eternal Dark's account right now. I can show you my Annabelle when I go back to my account, but that's going to be a little while. So if I see better monsters in your box, okay, let's take a quick look and see if you're not using anything that I would recommend using. Nothing there. Vigor doesn't... One thing you could do is build an Escher to help make up for the speed gap, because you have a crazy fast set on Ryu, and then your speed falls off so far when the Ryu gets banned, you're getting outsped. Escher might be a possibility to help with that. Let's see here. This guy right here, is he skilled? He's not skilled, never mind. Okay, he would fit well, again, that really high base speed. You could build him to kind of close that speed gap up a little bit. She's skilled, so you might build Praha as a pivot, but you don't have enough turn 2 built. Then I probably wouldn't do the Praha for you. Abellio's not going to do enough for you. Farad's not going to do enough for you. Suki might be an interesting build, but he's not skilled. You could do a Nemesis Trap Kali. I know that the Nemesis Trap Kali is used against Leo sometimes. You have to make her tankier, but because you're building her with no speed, she can still hit for a crazy amount. So I probably would recommend the Nemesis Trap Kali for you. I think she would help you in a couple of drafts. But you'd have to get the feel for where you'd use her. I'm not a big fan of Chiwu in the current meta. I've seen him coming back out, but that I don't think he does enough. Not for the box you have. I don't think you need to rune him. The Tessarian should be ruined, so I would actually ditch the Garo here and rune out this Tessarian. Put the Tessarian on a tankier build, and you're going to use that mostly to counter LD5s with passives that you don't think you can handle. There's a lot of places where Tessarian is great, but for your box, and because you're consistently contesting speed, Tessarian's only going to work when you think you can't gain control of the enemy, right? I mean, he doesn't fit on a speed comp, but if you're facing, for example, Ragdoll Tian Lang, or Ragdoll Juno, something like that, Tessarian could be a good pivot for you to pull in there. Belinus, I need to see this Belinus faster, and I'd rather see him on a crit rate rune. Honestly, Belinus does an insane amount of damage, but you want that consistency. I mean, I'd rather see him on crit damage, don't get me wrong. I'd rather see him on crit damage, but because I don't think you can speed him up and get there on crit damage, I'd rather see you switch him off to a slot 4 crit rate rune and then boost the speed so he's closer to your team, because I think he's a really good pivot for you in some situations, but I don't think you can run him at the speed that he's at. Let's see, Antares, perfect build on Antares. He does not honestly need this much accuracy. I mean, it's just slows. The despair stuns aren't accuracy based. The slows are helpful, but I would rather see you transfer some of this accuracy up into more stats up here. Probably attack. I think you've got good HP, you've got good defense. I just want to see him do more damage. So get some of this accuracy and shift it into crit damage and attack. the Oki build right here. You know you only need 85 accuracy. And again, so you're lacking some consistency on the crit rate. It's not always easy to just move stats, but if you could get rid of 15 accuracy and trade it for 10 crit rate, I'd like this build more. Again, you have the speed gaps, and I know they're not easy to close, but those speed gaps do hurt you when you get cut. So, it's a Nemesis Trap Oki. Okay. I mean, honestly, Eternal, other than the speed gaps, which I get, again, I don't want to sound like this isn't a criticism because for the most part, all of your builds are in the right direction. You can only do what you can do, right? If you choose to be a turn 1 player and you don't have 10 300 sets, then you do the best you can. So it's not a criticism, really. It's just the thing, it's your long-term goal. I guess that's what I should be saying. Your long-term goal should be to tighten up that speed tune. Why do you only need 85 accuracy? So Chad, you can never bring a monster below 15 resistance. That is the absolute minimum a monster can have is 15 res. So if the enemy monster has 100 resistance and you have 85 accuracy, that's 15 res. If the enemy monster has 100 resistance and you have 100 accuracy, it's still 15 res. So it's just wasted stats. You're wasting 2 rolls of stats, basically. What's up, Axe? Welcome back, bro. Alright, so you're on a Nemesis Will Oki. I kind of like that build. That helps actually quite a bit to make up for the speed gap. So I am cool with the build. He's missing like 20 defense or something. 1,000 is the goal, so that's fine. He does, though, one big thing here. You know what, Wojo? This is probably a good time to open it. We're about halfway through Eternal, so let's go ahead and open up the first drawing. For those of you who have been waiting for a while, we're going to make this one a cheap one. So, account help. It's 30 mins account help on stream, and we're just going to make this enter 1 ticket, 1 point, open to everybody. No auction today, Jason. I'm going to do 2 by drawing. Because I did 2 redemptions, that's basically like auction, so I'm going to do 2 by drawing. Sim just dropped a link to a video I did a while back called How Accuracy Works. Definitely recommend the watch. Thank you very much for dropping that link, Sim. Okay, so Eternal, back to your Oki. This crit damage build, I just realized you're only plus 484 attack. So the thing is, most of your damage is truly coming from your artifacts at this point, because remember, crit damage just multiplies attack, and if you don't have enough attack, then the crit damage doesn't really do much. So this is another monster, again, I would say switch him up to a crit rate slot 4 so you get that consistency, and then take the excess stats between the overage on crit damage and accuracy and move it up to attack. I think if you get this attack to like plus 900 and you get this crit rate to 100, you'll wind up doing more damage overall for the same stat investment, and you'll be more consistent with him at the same time. And I know there's a meme about me not liking crit damage. The reality is crit damage is very important for certain types of monsters, including Okeanos. And if you had the rune quality to bring him up to plus 800 attack and 85 crit rate, then I would much prefer him on crit damage. But if you're giving up these stats to make the crit damage, then you wind up doing less damage on net. So I'm not telling you not to go back to crit damage at some point down the road. I'm just saying you don't have the runes there yet. Okay, so the Vertihile, Triple Revenge. This is fine as long as you get the Yogun now that you have him. When the enemy has a Yogun, just be careful not to pull him. But the overall build on the Vert is fine here. Nothing to change. Fine build. The Velajul. Resistance Velajul. Is he Nemesis? He's not Nemesis. So this build on Vela, and I'm sure you don't use him much, but this build on Vela really doesn't fit anything you're doing. Part of his damage does scale to attack, the rest scales to defense. Both of them are low. No crit damage, so he's basically not in a damage build, but he's pure resistance. And the resistance, I mean, doesn't do much in this meta, but even if it does do something, putting this build, but with HP on a Lulu would do much, much more for you. So I would just scrap the Velajul entirely, unless you want to rebuild him into more of a damage dealer, or unless you want to make him a Nemesis trap. But I don't think he fits your team, and I wouldn't use him in this build, so just build a Lulu in his place, make the Lulu a little faster, and then give it lots of HP. Axe, bro, I would have so much fun playing your account, but I wouldn't do it in the final 10 days of the season, because starting a new account, you'd mess too much stuff up, but man, I would have so much fun playing that account. What did I miss, Sim? Oh, I skipped over quietly skip over Yogan. Yeah, so the Yogan, though, the one thing I will say here, your Ryu goes first, and then your Yogan goes second. I am assuming Yogan gets banned more than Ryu. Not having Yogan, I don't really know for sure. So I'm assuming that Yogan gets banned more, and that's why you have the faster set on Ryu. But in a perfect world, the the Yogan... Well, no, I mean, you go first with the Ryu, and the Yogan can scroll trap, so that's good. Actually, no, I take it back. This is the correct speed tuning. It's not the conventional speed tuning, but it's the correct speed tuning. I like it. I do want to see more HP. He's going to be the first person that everybody targets. And like all this crit damage is doing nothing for you on the low crit rate. You've got too much accuracy, and I get it. You probably can't balance things out more because you just had to make him fast. But as you can, transition some of this crit damage up to HP or up to crit rate, either way. Transition some of this defense up to HP as well. He has a lot of defense and no HP behind it. Yeah, so Axe, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it this season. I would do it next season, man. We could have a fun day next season. I don't want to screw with your RTA rank right now. It's two monsters that I've never really used before. The core, you know, Ragdoll and Tian Lang, and you pick them at the wrong times, you can mess stuff up. Let's see. So the Tomo 221, Violent, I assume. Yeah, Violent Will 221. So with the Tomo, I don't think you need this much accuracy. You need the balance, Eternal, man. You need the balance. 1500 defense, because defense gives diminishing returns after 1000. So if you have 50k HP, then the diminishing returns are great. When you have 14k HP, you don't need that extra 400 defense. Like, make it 20k HP and 1k defense, and you'll live more often. It's about the balance. So I don't have Tomo. I've never used her, so I'm just speculating here. I could be wrong, but I feel like she doesn't need this much accuracy. I mean, I know her debuffs are important, but you're generally probably gonna benefit most from Tomo when you're contesting speed and the enemy is not running resistance monsters. And even if the enemy's running all resistance monsters, if your Tomo's at 50%, she elongates 2 of the enemy, and then you've got your Ganny and your other control monsters. So I feel like this might be overkill. And then the crit rate here, again, you've got really high crit rate but kind of low attack. So I would just maybe like to see a little bit of more balance. I'd like to see more speed. Probably just trade some accuracy for some speed. Maybe a touch more HP and attack in its place. Standard Leo build, one thing I'll note about the Leo, at 1700 attack feels maybe a touch low, and then Leo awakens into resistance. I like my Leo in max resistance, but that's partly because I use Leo to counter Savannah, and Savannahs usually have lower accuracy. So it really depends on where or if you're using him, if that resistance matters. If you're using him against like a Chung, then it means nothing. But if you're using him against monsters that are usually not built with max accuracy, then that resistance can help a lot. Ethna build, great crit rate, way more accuracy than Ethna needs. Dump like 50 of this accuracy and move it all into attack, because what's happening is you're probably not stunning the enemy because you don't do any damage. Honestly, like, Ethna's gonna hit 5 times, so Ethna's gonna hit 5 times. She doesn't need max accuracy on 5 hits. I know the defense breaks come in clutch, but again, you're usually going to be using Ethna against monsters that are not built into resistance, so I feel like 30 accuracy is enough, and maybe get a little bit more skill 2 accuracy on the artifact. Like, give her 30 accuracy, and then an artifact with like 15 skill 2 accuracy is great. Move all those stats just straight up into attack, because if you don't do enough damage to get the guaranteed stun, then she wasn't worth the pick. So Vrozar, today I'm not doing replays because I want to make sure I have time for the auctions. I think the next stream is actually an RTA stream that I designated. Like, I'm trying to do replays mostly on set RTA streams. Friday the 18th. Actually, it's a re-app stream, but on the re-app stream I can do some replays. But yeah, I'm trying to do the replays on like designated streams so I can let people do a lot of them. They're not rushed, and it doesn't kind of break up the content that we're doing. And then the other thing for Ethna, obviously, just a little bit faster, just to try and get her closer in terms of speed to the rest of your team. Okay, so we're on a Resistance Jemire. I think this is the one Ace built for you on stream, and it is well built. 268. It's actually not well built because it's too slow. I'd like to see you get him in front of your Yogun, at least. But the overall build here is solid. Whoops. The overall build here is solid. I would just like to see you get him in front of Yogun if you can. Ganny 249. So your Ganny is behind like your Ethna, but he's tuned with your Oki. In before, come to... What's up, JD? How you doing, man? Yeah, so I'd like to see the Ganny a little bit faster. I'd also like to see the Ganny on a crit rate slot 4. He does a ton of damage. And if I'm telling you to give him speed, and you got to give him other stats too. He needs more attack, and I'd like him on a crit rate slot 4. JD, man, I have no shot for G1. I have no shot. I was G2. I was like rank 700. And then all of a sudden, people switched from 2 to 3 strippers to 3 to 4 strippers, and I've lost like 80 out of 100 wings. Like I was okay. I wasn't okay. I was struggling when they were running 2 to 3 strippers. I was struggling. Once they moved to 4 strippers, I can't win a match. I can't win a match. And it's not RNG. I don't even think it's mostly bad drafts. I'm sure there's some bad drafts. At this point, I'm just numb to it. But it's like I just lose every match. I just have nothing to compete unless I switch to speed. Let's see. Why do I recommend Jemire in front of Yogun? So the thing with the Jemire is I would either want to see him act first on his team or last on his team. I just don't want to see him act in the middle of the team. Which is where he basically is. Right now, his turn order is basically Ryu, Yogun, Jemire, and then everybody else. So I would either slow the Jemire down to last so that he can actually skill the... I would either slow the Jemire down to last or speed him up in front of stuff. I don't necessarily have a strong preference which, and I doubt he uses Jemire that much. When you built the Jemire, his speed tuning was different, Ace. And I remember you building the Jemire on stream and struggling to get him fast enough, and he was speed tuned properly at the time. But Eternal has sped some monsters up in front of him since then. Astro, you should go look at some of the replays. The average team that I'm facing at this point, it's basically Yogun, Waterryu, Chung, and Juno. Those 4 are the core of every team I face. I don't know how you can deal with that on a turn 2 team without having Ragdoll. And I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm saying I personally don't know how to do it. I've tried every monster in my box, and I can't figure out a way to do it. It's just too much control. See, plus Kinky, Oki, Rika, it doesn't matter what it is, but I mean, 4 strippers that all control you. Like, if you don't want to contest turn 1, I don't know how to do it. I just don't. Yeah, I mean, there's probably people out there doing it. I'm not going to try and say it's not possible or whatever. I'm just saying I can't figure it out, man. I've tried Hey Gangs, I've tried Ryu, Despair Ryu, I've tried Diana, I've tried, I tried like the Fire Monkey, Rigel, like the not stunnable monsters. I tried stealing stuff. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So, Axe, if you look at my replays, I see this probably, I see this exact comp probably once every 2 to 3 fights. It's Yogun first pick, followed by Waterryu and Chung, followed by, or some combination. It's basically Yogun, Waterryu, Chung, Juno, and then another control monster like an Oki, a Rika, or just a brutal damage dealer like a Kaki or a Kinky, something along those lines. But the core of it is going to be Yogun, Chung, and then and Waterryu and Juno, and then if I steal one of those, they just bring in a different Art Master or a Chiwu in its place. But it's basically 4 strippers. Oh, and the Gianna. I do see Gianna's in that place as well. So it's 4 of those 6 strippers, basically. Yeah, That's what most people are picking, or most people are drafting against me, anyway, is 4 of those 6. If you throw Gianna in the mix. Some have used Taegang as well. I did see a couple of Geminis, not many. I do see Volantis a lot as well. So I guess it's like 4 of those 8, really. But it's always 4 strippers. Okay, so I mean, honestly, we're not going to review your Eladriel. Your Ciara needs to be crit rate, which I'm sure you know that. Yeah, Axe, my Lulu's 100 resist. I do have Fire Bison. I've tried him a lot. I can't get a turn with either of them, though. I mean, oh no, JD said he saw my replays. If you look at my replays, you can see, like, I've drafted Fire Bison a lot, but he pretty much never gets a turn. I've drafted Lulu almost every match, but he doesn't get a turn. I mean, it's just, you know, it's because I'm running too slow, and I know that. I want to play at the slower speed, but I can't make it work. I have to speed up. That's basically what it comes down to. If I want to be competitive, I have to speed up, which I can do. I just didn't want to. Yeah, I've got like Mo Long's got like 50k HP, 1600 defense, and he just gets killed in 3 hits anyway. Okay, so Ciara build, basically you just need crit rate here. Accuracy's fine, HP's fine. I'd like to see more defense. But yeah, just need more crit rate. Okay, Fran needs more defense just on the artifacts. Yeah, 2 defense artifacts and max them. Oh, bro, I mean, anything over 55% or something is great. Right now, I'm legit running 15% or so. I've lost about 300 points in the last week. And that's without doing, like, all my wings every day or anything. I'm down, like, 270 points. I think I'm down about 270. The one thing I will say, Axe, when I made G2, I was running Fang every match, and for some reason I shifted to Diana a lot more, and I don't know why, because I lose with Diana almost every time, and I was doing much better with Fang. I wonder if maybe that's part of the problem. Yeah, I mean, you can look at some of my replays, bro. But yeah, anyway, we'll stay on Eternals here. Yeah, I've got a double Will Leo Axe. I tried that. I tried the Mo Long comp JD. It's the same thing. I just can't run at the speed I'm running. I just don't get a turn on any of those monsters. I just have to add 40 speed to the comp. I mean, that's the bottom line. I have to add 40 speed to everything. Which, I mean, I can do it. It'll shrink my monster box, but I can do it. Okay, so for the Fran... Oh, bro, first of all, most important, you have 0 attack on your Fran. I missed that. She's not healing anybody. She's gotta have attack. She should be like plus 400 to 600 attack at least. And should be about plus 600 defense, or this HP, plus 550 defense, or this HP is not doing any good for you. 77 resistance is also doing nothing for you. Like, if she's max resistance on a Nemesis trap, I get it, you use her to try and cut. But 77 resistance is basically any monster with 62 accuracy is taking her all the way down. So you're wasting, like, what is that? Like 9 rolls. You're wasting 9 rolls of stats and leaving all your stats low up here. Yeah. So, get rid of all this res, get rid of all this crit damage, and move it all up into attack and defense. For the Lauren, Swift or Violent? Swift. Okay. 264 Lauren's probably not outspeeding anything other than Mo Long's, and a Mo Long comp will usually get outsped because you're playing speed leads at like 240. So you could switch this Lauren to Violent. I would either speed the Lauren up so you can use it to cut control. JD, I tried a full max resistance team. I can't win with Pontos at all, man. I mean, he's just... You use him once and then they strip it and then he just kind of sits there. So I actually de-runed Pontos, but I did try an entire resistance team for a week as well, and I struggled with that one. I did about 100 wings on all max res, but it just doesn't kick in. Yeah, Axe, I'm running like 240 at like 50k HP and 1500 defense, so I'm just running slower. I can basically go to the same stats you just said. I just didn't want to. That's all it really was. I wanted to consistently take turn 2. Yeah, so Astro, the thing is, it's not broken, it's capped. Artifacts have added accuracy into the game, a lot of accuracy. So it's very, very rare that you're going to face a control monster that's not max accuracy, so the max resistance is canceled out. It just doesn't give you the value. Resistance is meant, in the current game, resistance is most useful against monsters that are not built on high accuracy, like a Barbara or like Beast Riders. All the Beast Riders, they're stat hungry, so they don't have max resistance, stuff like that. Yeah, Pontos, I just can't make him work, man. I tried so hard. I wanted to make him work. I felt like he was great. I still feel like the kid's okay, but I can't make him work. I just can't. He works sometimes. I can't make him work consistently. That's a better way to say it. I can't make him work consistently. Monsters like Veligul and Fran, they just do more. They give you the same cleanse, but then they give you more after that. Pontos works if you're like... If you've got double strippers and you can silence the enemy and you don't get resisted, then Pontos is amazing because you take the control over. But one resistance on the enemy side, they cleanse it, and then Pontos is kind of dead. I tried Pontos as a Nemesis trap for a while too. I ran him at like 270 on double Nemesis Will with max resistance, and that was worse. That was really bad. That was really bad. Yeah, don't worry, Leggy. We definitely know you're back, man. Glad to see you're back, though. Alright, so Iris we're not going to talk about. She has no place in the current meta. As far as the Lauren goes, like I said, if you can't speed her up, and I know you can't, then switch her over to Violent and run her at 240, because for you, she's basically a Mo Long counter or a Bruiser counter. 240 Violent will do more for you than 260 Swift will. This is like a BJR5 Lauren just chilling in here or something. I don't know. Maybe there's a Leo counter. I'm not sure, but I don't see a lot of value in this Lauren, to be honest. I'm not sure what she's there for. So the Volantis is 269. Speed tuned pretty well behind the Yogun. Swift will. So the Volantis build looks fine. Same deal as what I've talked about with all the other monsters. You've got lots of crit damage without enough crit rate and attack. So if you could get more attack and crit rate, then this build is amazing. But on the low attack and the low crit rate, you're going to get more consistent damage and more damage overall if you just switch him onto a crit rate rune, use all those extra rolls into attack and crit damage, and then get your crit damage out of your artifacts. And it's the same thing for the other monsters. Additional damage by X and crit damage off the artifacts going to give you so much more value for the builds you have. For the builds you have, they're going to give you so much more overall damage that way. Yeah, JD, I think that's the deal. That's what I was talking about earlier. If you have Yogun, you can definitely play turn 2 just by stealing him. Yogun was just kind of what pushed it over the top, I think. And I'm on the record. I don't think most of these monsters need a nerf. I don't even know if I feel like Yogun needs a nerf in a vacuum. But I think there's just too many of them that all do the same things. When you can play 4 or 5 strippers as a synergized team, that's the real issue. So like what they did last season, they nerfed Chung, but then they added another meta stripper in, and it actually made things worse than last season. So if they do go the route of nerfing, and I'm not saying they should, I feel like we need a mechanics change, but if they go the route of nerfing, they need to nerf 2 of them and then not replace them in the meta. But again, I don't really think they should nerf. I'd rather just see a mechanics change because I don't think it's fair to anybody when monsters get nerfed. I'm just never a fan of nerfing anything except Hathor. Honestly, like, I know a lot of people talk about the scroll. The scroll never really seems to make any difference to me. Most of the time, Yogun is going to go first, and I never get scrolled. Like, if you look at my replays, you'll see I very rarely get scrolled. By the time Yogun actually has a chance to scroll me, I've already lost. It's just it's honestly the strip into attack and speed buff that makes the difference. So Jacob, I have actually just recently done an entire series on the optimizer. But if you're just looking for the Ikarus, then actually I've got videos that'll show you specifically how to do that. But I think glancing should affect cooldown reset. No, I think they're different things. Oh, you're talking about the ability? Yeah. I mean, I think it should. I don't think it would make a huge difference, but I do think it should. Yeah, see, JD, if they did anything to Yogan, I feel like they need to remove the speed buff. At least the speed buff. If they did anything to him, and again, I'm not saying I think he needs a nerf. I think it's more about mechanics, but it's the speed buff is the most toxic part of his kit. That's the part that puts him over the top, I feel like. The scroll is unique. I don't know, and if you get rid of the speed buff, then it will shorten the duration of the scroll anyway. So, because he's not as fast, unless they're running with a Savannah. Okay, so for your Volantis Eternal, basically switch him to a crit rate rune, boost the crit rate up near 100, and then boost his attack a little bit. And does he scale off anything? I think he scales off HP, or no? Okay, he doesn't scale. Yeah, he doesn't scale, so just get the extra attack in there. How should you build Cocky? I would build him on triple attack with speed and defense HP subs, but try and get him at least plus 15k HP because he's always the first monster targeted if you're talking about RTA. Outside of RTA, you can get away with less HP, but you still want him kind of tanky because his base HP is really low. But ultimately, he's all about the damage, so just lots of attack and lots of speed. Yeah, I don't see any scaling Eternal, so I think you're okay on the stats. Just, you know, go crit rate and add some attack, basically. Kinky needs more HP, bro, but I do like that you've got a lot of attack on him. I feel like a lot of people ignore that. I like the resistance. Hopefully you've got some skill 1 accuracy here. You do not. So get some skill 1 accuracy on the artifact. He definitely doesn't need crit damage. Skill 1 recovery, life drain, skill 1 accuracy, attack buff. Those are all the things that he's going to benefit from the most there. And then anything that reduces damage on this side. The additional damage is also nice. Additional damage by HP, additional damage by attack are also nice. The speed I'm fine with because he's a counterattack monster, but I do want to see him with more HP. And then we don't need to look at the last two. So, let me try a couple of fights. I reviewed all your monsters for you. I gave you all the builds. Again, I'm going to post this stream on the second channel, XG Live, by tomorrow. So I'll give you a timestamp. We are at 2 hours, 25 minutes. So if you want to go back and watch it as you go through. Nice, Lightning. That's awesome, bro. Guys, that's what I feel like doing every time I see Yogan. That's maybe a slight indication of the fact that Yogan is broken. I don't know. Oh, why can't I type here? Can one of the mods put a link to the second channel? There we go. It's letting me type now. Let's see. Okay, so Ryu Savannah. I feel like we could work towards the Leo here. Now, I do think he's contesting speed, so I think we need our speed lead. And then I know I was getting on you about pulling, you know what? Let's see if we can force him into a pivot. Yeah, we might lose this. I mean, obviously I don't know your account, but I just want to see if we can force him into some sort of pivot. Okay, that's interesting. We're going to get outsped. So, let's bring in your triple Revenge Vertihile. I think he's a good fit here. Man, see, this is where I wish you had a Nemesis trap. And I'm not... this or a Lulu, man. Honestly, or a Lulu. But we don't have either. Man, I want this Velajewel, but we're going to take the Volantis. I really want the Velajewel. But I didn't like the Vela lead. I don't think he does enough there. Yeah, so he's got the double speed leads. At this point, we just need to bank on the Revenges. take out the control. Lime, hey, what's up, Vitor? Long time no see, man. How you doing? But Lima does not need a. So Sadai's a lot. He only got Yogan a couple of days ago. We pulled Yogan for him on stream the other day. Any counter? There's the counter. Okay, so let's scroll trap you. Let's strip. This keeps Savannah from taking. Oh well, that's okay. We can do this, right? Okay, we got to work on this Savannah a bit. I really don't want Savannah going off, so we're just going to do this. Oh, that hurt. Bro, that was... Oh, no! That's not good! Wow. That was sick, man. That was sick. Alright. Verd is ahead of Savannah, so let's do this. If I push you back, no, I have to take this kill. Whew. Well, we do get the bomb. There we go. Oh, I can imagine, Fator. I can imagine, bro. I should have given you guys some bets, shouldn't I? Let's see. I found out that, by the way, Ace, if you're still listening, I found an option that you can create presets on your bets and then just load them. So we're going to go best over 3 matches. And Ace, if you go to the betting screen and you look in the top right corner, you'll see a save button and a load preset button. So we can actually pre-build our stuff. Okay, so he's got the Ryu and the Ciara. Oh man, he's got 2 speed leads. Do you have another speed lead after the Samanth? Yeah, you have the Jamire. Okay. Let's contest... Or let's at least, for now, let's at least make it look like we're contesting speed. Triton Dover. Alright, we've got double strips. Oh man, if I show the Kinky, we're in trouble, right? Double wind. We need the second speed lead no matter what. Kinky or Heigang? I kind of feel like Heigang. As strong as Kinky is, I feel like Heigang's the better pick here. No Diana, JD. No Diana. Alright, can we deal with this Fang? I don't see we have a choice. Like, I don't see how we can let this Dover through, because it'll one-shot everything, so. Probably in trouble with this Fang. What's up, Andrew? How you doing, man? But the Fang would have wrecked the Diana also, so... Oh, missed too much glancing. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about the Tomo. Yeah, let's just push back here. Do we have enough damage? No. So we lose. Can she die? No! Oh, we had a chance. We actually had a chance. Rip that stun too. Whoa, come on. Oh, rip, man. That was some RNG there. We did have a chance, though. We had a chance until, I mean, the glancing hit was fair, but the... with the Jemire, Duke, I mean, I said from the start, I didn't know if we could deal with the Jemire, but... with the Fang, rather. But the Jemire at least gave us a chance. It would have been attack buff, speed buff. I had lots of strip. Alright, let's try something a little bit different here. Let's see what happens if we bring out the Kinky Oki. Yeah, there you go, Eternal. Yeah, that Heigang slot 1 might have actually been the difference. It really might have been. We're going to see the Fang again. Now here, I do like the Tomo. Could I risk Ablution here? How strong is your Leadly? Swift will, not strong. Nah, let's do this month. So you can see in that last match, by the way, that Samanth, had it been on the double Nemesis I talked about, that could have been a difference in the last match as well. Alright, so we take this out. He's only got one single target strip. Hey, it looks like my Oki. And she resisted. Nice. Alright, well, let's do that on the Ciara. I don't think we can kill this Fang now. It doesn't feel real when it's against me, I'll say that. It does not feel like the Oki nerf was real when it's against me. Like, I've got fights where Oki stuns 15 out of 15. Or 16 out of 16, whatever. That's fair too, Sam. Just finished Perna, but speed is one of the up. Yeah, it's because you still have to gem and grind, Lightning Dragon. Alright, so that was one win. Nobody bet one win. Let's go ahead and do one more set of 3, but before we do, I'm going to tweak just a couple of runes. Now, because this is only an hour of account help, I'm not going to run optimizer builds, but Eternal, I would suggest that you rerun these builds later. So let's see. Not Despair. We want Nemesis, right? Yeah, we're on Nemesis. Okay. I didn't even see her in your box, and this is a pretty good rune for him. So we're gonna take that. I'm gonna take that. Oh, wait a second. Oops, my bad. I'm looking for the wrong things here. Okay, we're not. Well, we're still taking that. That's fine. Ooh, that's such a good rune for him. This is a pretty good rune too, though. Actually, this is a pretty good rune. So we're gonna use this one. 20 crit rate with 8 attack, 15 crit rate, 15 attack with some accuracy. So I like that more. Okay, I don't love the defense here, but the speed and crit rate are nice. Okay, this is the rune. We'll come over here. Crit damage, crit rate, and HP. Okay, so we need crit damage here. I'd like some attack percent on this as well. Speed, crit rate, attack, defense, crit rate. So this is the rune. And then we come here. I'm sure you didn't, bro. I'm sure you didn't. Oh, that's a nice rune. Okay. So this is our best Nemesis runes. Now let's see what we have from Will. Crit rate, accuracy, speed, attack, and HP. This is pretty good. Yeah, he's got other speed leads, Ace. Because he has nothing to cut right now. If the Ryu gets taken, he basically has nothing to cut because the Heigang is too slow, and the Ryu is gone. So he's got to have something to cut. So to me, this is a cut because he's got other speed leads. The idea here would just be that he gets back-to-back turns with a chance to kill something. Okay, so this is 17 crit rate, 7 attack, 15 crit rate, 15 attack. That's a better rune. Crit rate, crit damage, accuracy. This is a little bit better. What's our crit rate at? We're still well over 100. Okay, perfect. Oh, that's only 5-star. Accuracy. Okay, now I guess we got to take that Nemesis one back again. Yeah, I know, Tariq. I'll fix that at the end. So the way I do it on manual is I just take all the best runes to start. Oh yeah, no, we're doing double Nemesis Willies. He just needed something that could cut. Okay, let's see here. So let's go crit damage on this one. Okay. So we're actually going to keep that rune. That's really nice. Crit rate, nothing. Let's go by attack percent here. Too much defense. This one, where's our crit rate at? We're still over, and this one could grow pretty nicely. Okay, we'll take that one. So that gives us will. Let's just see what the options were here. I'm not taking that. Attack, defense, speed. Okay. So if we do this... Now this has 16 crit rate, so we're 5 crit rate over, so we can give up a little bit to get more attack on the slot 1. We need 11 crit rate. 27 attack. I could gem in crit rate and be a couple short. I'm probably okay with that. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that as long as you have the crit rate gem. You do. Perfect. Thank you for having a few power-up stones at least as well. Oh, did I slip up there? Will. Okay, yeah, I did slip up. I didn't mean to apply this one. Whoops. Did not mean to apply that one. Which one was it? Actually, this looks like it's probably the best for what we're trying to accomplish. So that leaves us 1 crit rate short. Well, 96. I'm still okay with the 96. We got good attack. And then attack. bomb damage, skill 3 crit damage, single target crit damage, doesn't do much. That's okay though. Okay. But yeah, I was planning to double check him once we get this stuff to 12 and 15 and see where his stats are at. Make sure he can also do enough damage. Having him hit twice doesn't really do much. Doesn't really help enough if he doesn't do enough damage. Yeah, I can usually take a rune from 1 to 2 on 10 stones. Okay, just a reminder, guys. The drawing for the next community help is open. Alright, so this is our slot 5. Do we have crit damage? Anything crit damage? Oh, this is the slot 4. Never mind, my bad. So we already have crit rate and attack. I'm actually okay with the accuracy, so I think we can just leave that one be for now. So it's just exclamation point enter, guys, or is it enter 1? Duke just do it. It's enter 1. Exclamation point enter 1. Like you see Duke and Bruce just did. Alright, so we're at 1785 and 167. So this speed right here, you can always gem in a higher speed back. Give me the okay before I do it, but I would change the speed to crit damage for this build. Of course. We don't necessarily need the HP. Let's see. We have crit rate, crit damage on this already. This one needs some crit damage if we have a gem. No gem. That's right. We looked for that one already. And then this one's done, so we just got to take this to 12. Axe. Axe, I made you a moderator for a second. If you want to drop the link to your Twitch, you can, and then I'll take it back off. Yeah, TOA Hell will definitely take a while. Good Necro B10 team. So Ryuth, if you have twins, Shayna, Sabrina, Talia, that's going to make a great Necro team. Yeah, I do just enough TOA Hell to get the devil, honestly. Yeah, Eternal. I mean, for me, it's more about the time than anything else. I use it starting at 12 on my own account as well. Maruna is not amazing. Talia's good, though. Alright, so we lost about 40 crit damage. We kept the attack the same. We got him a lot less defense. We're on Nemesis. I think we're solid here. Let's see. I want skill 2 crit damage. Oh, that's perfect. And attack bar when revived. That's perfect. Oh, but it's defense. Crap. Defense increasing, attack increasing. Actually, you run him with Yogan, so this would work. But no, I think this is better. Okay, this is better. We just need to change off the bomb damage. Yeah, no worries, X. There you go. He's got like plus 12 speed. Maybe that's not the best fit. That'll work. So guys, Axe just dropped a here. Let's go ahead and we'll pin it for a minute for you. So guys, Erwin is actually Axioti in the game. He is one of our Lucifer's Crew Guild members. He does stream on Twitch, so if you guys want to check him out, I just pinned the chat up at the top. Give his Twitch, you know, whoops. I accidentally took Ace off. There we go. There we go. But yeah, give his Twitch a check, guys, if you want to see him stream. It sounds like he's going to do some TOA Hell this weekend. Nice, Dragon. 42 in a week. That's not bad, bro. That's not bad. Alright, I'm not waiting for another thing to plus 15. You can go ahead and do that on your own. Alright, let's reopen betting. We'll do one last set of 3. Actually, betting is already open, so I'll remind you guys on the betting. Obviously, there's a lot of tweaking to do on your account. I kind of went through most of what I would do. I do think you probably want to use the Oki more. He fits your team so well, but you're going to need to give him better runes before he's going to be the perfect fit. I would probably also make some changes to the Blution. The Samantha is going to be necessary because you need a... Oh, coming right out with the Kinky, huh? Okay, that's interesting. Alright, we definitely want the Ryu and the CR. Let's get our speed leads out. So we have double strip. Do we need the Volantis? I feel like we definitely want Belinus. I don't know. I think we want the Oki, actually. Where'd Oki go? I lost Oki. Here he is. Yeah, because we need the multi-hits. We're going to have to let the Leica through. Right now the ban is either Chow or Kinky. No matter what, the Leica's getting through, so we need a way to deal with it. Okay, the Juno's a pain, but I think we can deal with the Juno. I kind of feel like he plans to ban the Water Ryu. And I feel like you're a little too squishy. I think this Kinky is going to wreck us. I think the Chow is going to wreck us, but I think the Kinky wrecks us more. So I think we got to ban the Kinky. Oh, he let the Belinus... he banned the Belinus. Let the Water Ryu through. I honestly don't feel like Kinky needs a nerf. I mean, I feel like Kinky is really important. I'm not used to seeing the more... yeah, that kind of messed me up. Alright, let's scroll trap you for a minute. Let's do this. Let's just get rid of this Leica right now. I don't want you doing anything, Bastet. Worth a shot. Pushback. Not yet. I don't want to risk that Leica getting a counter here. The Juno can't really do anything to me at the moment, so... yeah. Okay, let's put you back in the trap. Bastet's going to be reset, so we'll go ahead and do this. And now we can push back. Let's go ahead and drop a bomb here. Let's go ahead and drop a kill here. And there we go. Leggy, it's a mistake anytime you sell a Nat 5 that you don't have. Chow is not super meta. I think he's one of the most underrated Nat 5s in the game. But either way, he also could get buffed one day. You never want to sell a Nat 5 if you don't have a dupe of it. Pretty much, bro. Pretty much. Usarika. See, this is where I wish you had, I'm kind of tempted to pivot. How is your Kali again? Not, okay, Kali is not Rune. Alright, we're gonna take, yeah, we're gonna take the more Oki. Halphus. Here's where I feel like the Ethna would be a great fit. Because the thing is, I feel like I have to ban this Rika. Rika can take out my whole team, even if I pull immunity. I have to ban the Rika, so as much as Kinky is amazing, I feel like the Ethna is actually a better fit here. And it's the same problem with Volantis. Those AoEs, the Fang is just going to do work, but I also need a way to deal with this Halphus. And so the Ethna is going to give me that like direct strip and stun to deal with the Halphus at the end. I know you want to see me using your LDs. I'm not finding a way to use the LDs yet apparently, but yeah, we gotta deal with this Narsha first. That was some big damage. Okay, let's just deal with the Narsha to start. Yeah, we do this, and Narsha's finished. She'll dismount to the dot. Let's go ahead and reset you so you can't heal. And it's too early to take the damage from the Fang yet. I mean, I got nothing to hit. Those two are dead already. He's just going to heal back. It's literally nothing to hit. But I can't hit the Fang, obviously. Okay, so let's do this. And And this is why we wanted this Ethna. Oh, without a doubt, X. Without a doubt, this is minimum C2 account. Minimum C2. I think if he, I don't know if he has the runes to make all the changes that I suggested. If he could make all the changes I suggested, I feel like he's at least C3. I mean, he has the most important meta monsters. If he can't quite get there on the runes, I feel like C2 is the floor, though. The Yogun was like, once he pulled the Yogun, it was like C2 became his floor. Anything under C2, you should go in a corner and cry. Okay, let's go ahead with this again. Yeah, Sim, that 88 accuracy Ethna felt safe, but honestly, a plus 2,000 attack Ethna would have felt safer. She did her job, though. I feel like he screwed up by going after that Ciara instead of the Ethna, but it was a tough one for him either way. Alright. You don't have a Violent Verge. You only have the Revenge one, right? Where is he again? He should be up near the front because I used him. Yeah, so we do this. And then Oki, right? Do I want Oki or Belinus here? I want the Oki. Or do I want Kinky here? Because Kinky could wreck this team. I think this is the Kinky time. This is Kinky because that'll deal with the Juno, not Juno. Alright, so we can deal with all of this stuff. We don't want the attack buff. The Juno's a headache, but mostly we just don't want him to get an attack buff up. We don't want those shields. We definitely don't want the defense breaks. This way he only has one defense break. We'll go ahead and do this. Yeah, because you know what? I called Yuno Reaper Juno for ages. And now that I'm finally used to calling him Yuno, I'm calling the monster Juno Yuno. It's... But yeah, this will deal with the Yuno. Alright, let's start by scroll trapping you. I don't want to... I'll deal with you last. Let's get some buffs up. I know the Juno's gonna mess with me on these buffs, but I need the attack. Actually, you know what? Your Ciara has a crap ton of attack. Can we just take her out? No! It wasn't enough! Okay. I thought we were gonna have enough. I really did. I mean, she would have resurrected anyway, but I would have been fine with proccing the Vanessa passive. Early on. You're right, Ace. You're right. Yeah, my bad. You're completely right. I forgot about that. Yep, completely forgot about that. That's where experience with a monster comes in. I didn't even think of scroll in the Leo. That's where the experience with the monster comes in so much more, but I won't make that mistake twice. I'd rather not get revenged just yet. There you go. If you didn't know, now you know. Okay, can we kill him? No. This is where we're going to be in trouble. Because we don't have any way to stun him or control him. So at this point, we got to scroll trap you. Losing the Ciara hurt. And we'll deal with the Leo first. Also gives us time to get the Ryu passive back up. Yeah, there's no way. So I wonder if I win that. If I scroll the Leo and bomb the Leica. Yeah, that loss is probably on me. I don't know. I don't know if we win it or not, but if I scroll the Leo and bomb the Leica, we've got a lot better shot. I gave him too much time to kill the Ciara. Volantis, Belinus, Mor Yogan. So Moby1, the problem there is really just Eternal speed tuning. Those monsters aren't speed tuned together. But yeah, that's definitely a very viable comp for him. He just he needs some time to rebuild them and speed tune them together. No, actually not on tilt. I was trying to think back to like if it made a difference or not. I mean, it's definitely a huge misplay on my part. Hey Leggy, have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out on stream. Okay, so he is going to contest speed. This is definitely a kinky one. Can we run the Hay Gang here? We run the Hay Gang here. Dragon, I would make that trade in a heartbeat. I'm getting booze from guild chat. Ace calling it, man. The real problem is that Eternal took a slot 6 defense rune. Alright. This is only speed lead, right? Yeah, this is only speed lead, so we do that. Yeah, okay. You need to keep HP for Camilla. Yerlin, yeah, so the drawing is open. This is the last set of 3 on Eternal's account, and then the drawing is going to be for... Wow, that's a fast Yun Hung. Holy crap. That Yun Hung is over 300, man. Okay. We can't let you get a turn. I think the Cocky may get a kill here, though. Dude, that is a fast team. I think the Ryu also got, like, no pushbacks, but that's still a really fast team. The attack down would have been really nice there. No, let's not do that yet. Let's just take the kill for now. Attack break, please. Resistance again. That Varad's going to be a problem. Can we at least get rid of the Kinky? Do I have enough damage? I do not have enough damage. Okay. But Yerlin, yeah, so I'm doing 30 minutes of basically account help. So whatever it is that you look for the account help, you can do any of it. Even so, man, that Yun Hung is like well over 300. Well over 300. It's a dead Kinky now. Oh, he lived! By a hair, he lived. But he can't... he didn't get the defense break. That was close, man. That was close. Honestly, I think I win that if Ryu gets more pushback. I got resist. Even if Ryu just gets the attack break on the Kinky, I win that. Like, that was That was some kind of bad RNG because the Ryu is max accuracy, so even just the attack break on the Kinky, the CR lives and it's game over. Cocky, not Kinky. Obviously, if I had just gotten the attack break on the Cocky, it's a win, but... Yeah, exactly. I win that if Moore lands anything, basically. If he lands the pushback, if he lands one attack break. I mean, I just needed Moore to land something, and he is max accuracy. That's well, he's 73 accuracy on the skill, 74 accuracy on the skill 1, max accuracy on the skill 2. So it's just RNG. But so there you go, Eternal. You see kind of how I'm playing it, and obviously. We'll do one final non-bet while I draw the winner and get the account information. So the next account help is going to be Andrew Kelly, who may have actually left. So Andrew, are you here, bro? Before I reset or anything, let's see if Andrew is here. But yeah, Eternal, you see kind of how I'm playing it, what I'm doing, and I know I need to be using... Whoa, wrong monster. I know I need to be using the Volantis a little bit more. I'm struggling to see where he fits in. I think that's probably one big thing here. Well, see, like right here, we're probably going to use the Volantis because we lost the Ciara. As a matter of fact, we are going to use the Volantis because we lost the Ciara. And I want to show the speed contest right now because he's contesting speed. My hope here is that when I drop the Samanth, he's going to think the Yogan is the faster one, and he's going to ban the Samanth and let the Ryu through. Because I think we take turn 1. So obviously I'm going to be finishing with the Samanth here, which is why I took the Volantis early. I would normally have held off on the Volantis, but I want to take the Samanth at the end. And I wanted to have one more flex pick that I could work on based on whatever he's doing here. So we know we're taking Samanth, and we're probably just going to take Samanth and Kinky. Whoops, wrong one. E5, I think you meant R5, right? Yeah, R and E are next to each other. So you meant R5 and Belinus Speed Tune. Do me a favor, Andrew. Bump our conversation in Discord. So he's going to let the Samanth through. It's Leo the Force Man here. So Chiwu... Okay, so it's basically all the speed contest here. If he bans the Samanth, we take turn 1. And we should be okay. If he bans the Ryu, we lose. It's that simple. Okay, bans the Kinky. We should be good. Yeah, Bruce, that's why I haven't been using his Ganny much, because the Ganny's only around like 240. It's not really speed tuned to anything. Because Ganny's amazing in this team as well. He just needs to be faster and speed tuned. Also, his Ganny's not on a damage build, and you wind up a little bit light on damage that way. Okay. Is that Chiwu gonna cut? I can't tell. Well, no, because we got the speed buff, so the Chiwu won't cut, yeah. But the Chiwu will resist. That's game right there on the resistance. How is it that my max res monsters can't resist to anything, but your Ryu can't land anything? That's like crazy, honestly. And then the Chiwu sleeps the Samanth, and the Ciara resists the Ciara resists the Yogan. Like, oh man. I think we actually still win. Honestly, I think the Samanth still wins it, so it's, you know, it's just one of those things. Like, we still win with the Samanth. He has to get through the Samanth, which he's not going to be able to. Oh, never mind. He got the reset. He got the reset and then he quit. Why would you quit at that point? You had him can I give you Van Cliff in a year when I'm going to summon your scrolls? I will do my best, bro. I will do my best. Alright, so there you go. We did get the Volantis in, but yeah, Eternal. So you get more of a feel for kind of how I'm playing. I would certainly suggest you might want to try and win one on Ace and watch how he plays also. It's, you know, definitely more his style. I'm sure he'd have some differences from what I did. But I gave you some ideas. I tried to talk through it. As far as the speed tuning goes, though, I suspect that Ace would probably give you most of the same recommendations I did. As far as the drafting, he might have some differences, but certainly wouldn't hurt you to compare the styles. And on that, we are going to jump over to Andrew Kelly's account. Yes, and there was also a lot of RNG. I definitely felt like the one where I scroll trapped the Leo, that was just a loss because I never used Yogan before. And then there was one or two, like the Ryu loss was just like absolute pure RNG. Like that one was just brutal. And then there was, yeah, that last fight was pretty bad RNG, but we wound up winning anyway, so... But yeah, I mean, I think if you take out, like, my misplay and you take out the Ryu RNG one, we would have climbed quite a bit on 7 Wings. And that was before making most of the speed tuning changes, because, like, I was afraid to draft Ganny because of the speed gap. Although most of those fights, I don't know that there were a lot of fights where I would have drafted Ganny anyway. But yeah, I wasn't even looking at him because of the speed gap. So Eternal, there's 2 ways you could go. Knowing what I know about you, there's 2 ways you could go. The first way is you could force everything onto Will, slow your Ryu down, and create more balance. Because if you saw, the interesting thing is that your Ryu got banned way more often than your Yogan did. I don't know if that's what you're experiencing, but your Ryu also got stolen a lot. Actually, maybe it wasn't that he got banned. Maybe it was that he got stolen. I just know that I almost never had Ryu. So you've got your fastest set on a monster that I think I only got to use like maybe 2 or 3 times in 10 Wings. But yeah, so I would... I mean, I would just... It's hard. Like, when you say speed target, the thing is you have one super fast Swift set, and then everything else drops off huge. So... Your choice is to bring everything closer together and get in the 290s, at which point I still think you can be competitive up to C2, or you could keep it with the one super fast Swift set, but maybe switch that set over to Volantis. Because the Volantis, I think, will almost always get through, where the Yogan and the Ryu are going to be mixed bans. So maybe if you put that super fast set on the Volantis, and then bring the Ryu and the Yogan in and try and get them up at least to high 280s on Will. But yeah, I mean, basically you've got pushback from Ryu and you've got speed buff from Yogan. So you're going to want everything to be within 20 to 30 speed of the slower of those two. And then you can decide which fast set. I honestly would probably test that fast set out on a couple of monsters, because I think if you run everything at 290, you probably cap yourself to C2, and I think you can compete for C3 if you keep the one fast set. You just have to find the right monster to have that set on. And I think Volantis might be it, even though he'll be 7 speed slower, so he'll be like 302, but he's going to consistently get through, and he's not going to be contested. So it's something to try. I don't know if it would work, because you are losing so much speed off the base, but yeah, I would probably try the Swift set on the Volantis, and then bring everything else up to like 270 on Will, and definitely get the Hagang up on Despair, of course. And if you run the Ryu at 270. Maybe if you can put him on Despair or Violent, that would be good. But yeah, I think that's probably going to be about your speed is going to be about 270 for most of your monsters if you keep the one super fast Swift set, and then just get everything else within 20 to 25 speed of that, so that either the speed buff or the pushback will keep you speed tuned. Hey Bruce, have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out on stream, bro. Alright guys, so we are on Andrew Kelly's account now, and we are going to be looking at Alunia Beef. Okay, so Andrew, you gave me a pretty big list here for 30 minutes. Let's see if we can make a team for Alunia with monsters that we don't have to re-rune. Then I can probably also run the. Well, actually, it's just you just asked for two things. Okay. You just asked for two things. Okay, but let's take a look at your Alunia first and see if we have to build anything. Yeah, I'll go ahead and open up the next drawing. We'll do it again, just 1 point. We'll make it nice and easy. So the first thing we're doing for Andrew is seeing if we can find an Alunia team. You have a Fang. If you have an Eladriel, we're gold. If you have an Eladriel, Fang plus Eladriel is 100%. And then it's just finding a couple... Oh, perfect. You got one. He's runed. He's even skilled. We're good. We'll slap some artifacts onto him, of course. Leave it like that, and let's see what our wind options are here. Okay, so... Ooh, you know what? You got the Jamire. Do you have a Yen built? No Yen. No Yen. Or is she out? Maybe she's out. No, she's not out. What's up, Brandis? How you doing, man? By the way, what's up, Terry? How are you doing? So you have an Orochi. Is he skilled? He's not fully skilled and not runed. Maybe we can do this with Fuki. What's up, Rob? How you doing, man? Alright, let's run this in test mode. We might have to tweak the runes a little bit. Might be able to do it with the lag also, but no. What we really need is the dots, man. We really need those dots. Okay, so we're gonna go Jamire, Orochi, Eladriel, and Fang. We'll run the speed lead here. I hope everything's alright, man. Maybe it's just a frustrated RTA day. I think we all have those. The runes I'll be putting on this won't impact your Belinus, Andrew, because we're going to be looking at more of the damage build. But we can run the Belinus first anyway. It's probably safer to just do that. Yeah, Orochi's not ruined. It was in test mode, Josmiel. I was just saving the team, so I didn't have to find it again. Okay, so we've got your JSON in, and you said you are doing Ryu, Bastet, Belinus. Oh, okay, Ryu, Bastet, Belinus. Bro, congratulations, Rob. That's awesome, man. Okay, so let's see. We're going to speed tune here. We've got Ryu. Oh, probably more, right? Yeah, more. Bastet and Belinus. So we run this in the speed tuner with the more lead. Your more is only 223? 10 days left, Eternal. 10 days left, I believe. No, your more is only 134. Nicholas, congratulations, man. So he's a very limited usage, but he is an absolute amazing, like, triple S monster in those limited usages. So basically what he does is he hard counters anything that is going to give, like, 2 buffs to the entire team. So think of Bastet, Draco, like those types of monsters, because he's going to gain 200% attack bar. in RTA or Arena when the enemy gives 2 buffs to the entire team, which means he's a guaranteed cut. So for RTA, if you play him, he's a guaranteed ban, which means you can have any other 4 monsters you want against like the Japanese style cleave, which is the Bastet Draco. And then in Arena, anytime you see the enemy running a Bastet with like a 33 lead that you think is going to outspeed you, you can run Magnum as well. The downside to Magnum is that he can't kill any Nat 5s. No matter how good your runes are, I've never been able to get him to kill Nat 5s because the base stats are too high. So what he kills is things like Lucian and Julie. He really can't even consistently kill 2As. It's basically just Lucian and Julie. So he's 100% counter to any team that uses Lucian or Julie, but he's not very useful outside of that. Alright, so the thing here is, Andrew, you want me to speed tune the Belinus, but without the more, I can't really speed tune the Belinus. I mean, I can build a Belinus at 224, I guess, and then just let you build the more faster. I guess that's what we can do. Yeah, I guess that's what we can do. Whoops, wrong bell. Okay, speed, attack is all we need there. Crit rate, crit damage, attack, HP, accuracy. We'll do it like that. So if you're running a 275 Bastet, yeah, I mean, I've got the optimizer loaded right here. What's your speed tower? Speed tower is maxed, yeah, that's correct. Right, but so are you going to be speeding up your Bastet? Because if not, I've got him at 224. Oh, that's awesome, bro. Yeah, having Icarus is so perfect with Molong. Icarus is so good, man. Oh, you're doing the Arena team. Okay, you're doing the Arena team. So in this case, we need the Moor here. We need the Belinus here. 231 is going to be our speed tune, unless you're... Oh, I see. Well, you could just slow the Cocky down. You don't have to force the Belinus up. You can also slow the Cocky down. 272. Okay, so we'll start off on Bio Will. We want to see how much damage he does on Moonlight Flood with an attack buff and a defense break on average with a 24 speed lead. Gotcha, okay. Drop that. We want 85 crit. Let's exclude your Ikaru. Let's exclude your Verd. Let's exclude your second Melia. And your Bale. Okay, so I am running it on a sim, which means that it may not be speed tuned yet. But what we'll do is we'll take a look at the builds we come up with, and then we'll rerun just those builds unsimmed to get a feel for how far away you are from the speed tuning. But I want to sim it for the purposes of the damage. Assuming you're going to be working to make this like a really strong team, you're going to want to grind those runes anyway, so it's usually better to run that kind of team on a simulate. Let's get a damage range here. So we're up around 10,000. Speed range 252. Wow. Okay, so damage range 10,000 at 95,000. So I like those numbers. Let's go with this. Let's go with this. Let's apply. Now let's get some accuracy in there. Yeah, that's where we run into the problem. Okay. Attack, accuracy, I'll take HP there, crit rate, crit damage. We'll just throw attack in as an option, speed attack. Let's drop this down to 7,000. Okay, there we go. Now we got some accuracy builds. We can actually go at 9,000, okay. Let's see, highest accuracy first. Okay, we're gonna cap the accuracy at 90. Okay, so these are our builds. I'm actually okay with this accuracy most of the time. You will for arena, you will see some resistance monsters, but a lot of the monsters that are built on resistance tend to be water anyway. So if you don't have max accuracy, those are the monsters that are probably going to resist you in the first place. Your aerials, your prahas, a lot of the other common, your Camillas, Halphis. Well, Halphis isn't water, but yeah, most of the monsters you face on arena defense usually won't be resistance. The one that you might run into an issue with would be like a resistance Zing Zay. That's about the only price you pay for the lower accuracy, but I think the higher damage means more in the long run. So this is 94 and 94. And that gives us one build. Now let's rerun this build unsimmed. You're at 228, so you would need you'd need a speed grind here. What's up, Demas? So you can rune Barbara two ways. You can rune her on Violent Will, in which case I would actually run her with an HP slot 6. You still want her kind of fast, and then you need a lot of crit rate, crit damage, attack, and accuracy. She's very stat hungry. Or you can run her on Swift Broken. So if you're running her on Swift, you should plan on using her basically just for a turn 1 style team. You're going to try and get some attack bar boosting. But keep in mind that on Swift, all of your monsters will need to be within about 15 speed of her, because the attack bar boost is not that big if you're going into an enemy that's not like defense broken and you're doing it without attack buff. So you can run her either way. It just kind of depends on the comp you're running her with. And if she's on Swift, you're just going to want speed, crit damage, attack, and then just lots of damage stats, along with the accuracy stuff. Okay, so I see the build here. You've got, yeah, it's telling you to grind. So basically the risk on this build is you're going to have to max grind everything. Let's see if we can find something with a little bit higher speed for right now. Okay, that's right, because we turned, oh, because I restarted it. Okay, so let's do this. Let's bring this here. There and there. Okay, let's rerun this one more time. Excuse me. Okay, guys, so just a reminder, the drawing for the last community help is open right now. Can Yogan use... Yeah, because it's not an inability. So I think the only... I don't know if he can use it on a Chroma. I have no idea. But I know he can use it on... or he should... Yeah, I know for sure he can use it on Mei Hu Wang because I used it earlier on stream. So if he can use it on Mei Hu Wang, then he can also use it on Jaeger. But I don't think he can use it on a Chroma. Alright, we know it's going to be on a speed, we know it's going to be on a crit rate. Let's reduce the size of the search, and we know it's going to be on attack or accuracy, so let's do this to reduce the size of the search. Is Vio the best set for Charlotte? So my Charlotte's on Despair. I kind of prefer her on Despair, but it depends on how you're using her. Violent would work as well. The thing is, though, you figure Charlotte, her skill 2 is AoE stun, her skill 3 takes away all the attack bars. So if you go skill 3, I don't know if you necessarily want to proc into skill 2. I think you're better off lapping back around and using the skill 2 next turn. and then just grabbing some despair stuns in the middle. Okay, so this looks like a much better build. I like this, 233, but with the max accuracy. So let's bring this up. We do have some accuracy builds. We only have 2, actually. And this one's 234. So let's drop this build out. I like both of these builds much more. We're high crit rate, high accuracy. We got crit damage through subs, and we still have good damage. And then let's see which one of these is faster right now. This one at 229. So let me go ahead. I'm going to put this build on him, and we'll take a look at what you would need to do for your grinds. Mei Huang is still worth it to build. I got rocked by a Mei Huang the other day, to be honest. He's still a really good monster. Just because Yogan counters him, that's just like one niche counter. No, this one's from inventory. That's this one. Okay, so Vio 3 comes from Tyrannus. Will 4. This is going to be a crit rate rune. This comes from the Ciara. Actually, this isn't the greatest Ciara rune in the world, so that's not a big loss. You've got another one. This is actually a... Oh, there's no speed here, though. Well, there's no speed here. Yeah, this might be a better Ciara rune anyway. This is a better Ciara rune. Okay. It's actually a better... You know what? Do you happen to have a speed gem? Because this would do it right now. No speed gem. Damn. Man, if you had a speed gem, this would be a better Belinus rune also. It's too bad. Just curious. Oh, that's rare. Okay, that's a really nice rare. It's a really nice rare rune. Okay. Will 5 from Odin with attack flat. And then Vio 6. Accuracy. Okay, so here's what we're at. Are we good? I know you said Ciara's poop. Molly is easy to fix. So do you mind the Odin and the Tyrannus runes moving? Ice Piggy, there's one raffle left, which I'll be drawing in about 5 to 10 minutes. So from here, we've only got one grind. Okay, so we're just going to play Imagine. We do have the grind here. Shmoo, I'm kind of torn on that for you. Generally speaking, I'm just not a fan of rune packs. I feel like rune packs generally are not great, but I will say it comes with 3 reaps. It's a good amount of crystals. You do get to select your rune, and I think your account would benefit from some extra runes, so it's probably a decent deal for you. I feel like the later you are in the game, the less value there is in rune packs, but I think where your stage of game, I think it's probably a pretty good deal. Okay, so let's see here. This is plus 123. We need plus 134. Let's just see where the speed is actually coming from. So you get 4 speed here and 4 speed here off max heroes. That's 8. So we'd be plus 29. That's 231. Oh, and then you get 4 more speed here. Yes, this is going to be easy to make the speed. Honestly, you could also re-gem this higher. So there you go. Yeah, this will be easy to make. This build will work for you. This is a solid build. So here's what we'll do. Remember, I post the VODs on my second channel, the XG Live channel. So we are at 3 hours 37 minutes. The VOD will be up tomorrow, and then you can just go to 3 hours 37 minutes. And then this is the build, and you're just gonna need a couple of. You actually need 3 speed grinds, and then he'll be speed tuned. Okay, let's take a look at your Orochi. Do you have a 5-star yen that we could just push up? She'd have to be skilled also, though. Yeah, you do. Is she skilled? She's... Ooh, you're missing 5 skill ups. Do you have... Ooh, no. Definitely not. Okay, no skill up, so the yen's not going to work. I feel like we need... See, and the Orochi is not fully skilled either, but that's not a terrible thing because his skill 3 is skilled up, and that's the one we need to cycle. I'm not positive that this will work with a not fully skilled Orochi, but we're going to give it a shot. Okay. Over 4, 20 over 4, the attack innate I don't love, 12, 12, and then you can attack innate again. Okay, this one's not bad. Gem the speed out for attack, and it's actually not bad. This could work. Okay. 17 speed, but no stats. The accuracy here is actually helpful. Crit rate, you gem this out for HP, that's not bad. 13 over 16 is pretty good. This is nice. This is nice. This will work perfectly for him. With 24 accuracy is our goal, so we're there now. And then, honestly, it doesn't matter what offset he's in. So let's see. Nemesis might help because he's going to be kind of slow, and they're generally not super useful runes. So let's try the Nemesis. Doesn't matter if he gets in front. In this team, it doesn't. Okay. So we go Nemesis slot 6. Where's this? You know what? This is pretty good. The only thing is we're very short on crit rate. You can get away without the speed. How's that? Oh, perfect. 76. 76 crit rate. Wow, why are we so low? 6 there, 16, 10. Ah, it's the slot 4. Okay. We're going to come down to Vio 4 crit damage over crit rate, 15 over 6. Over 5-7. Let's try this. 163. We're at 87, so we've got the crit rate we need. I think we can make up the accuracy off of artifacts. I don't love the speed here, but I think the build will work. And I think there's a lot of room for improvement on gems and grinds. So let's do this. Thank you for having power-up stones. Yeah, the problem with pulling it off of the fodder mons is then it's so much more difficult to like kind of skim through everything. I think this build should work. I mean, like I said, these runes have a lot of room to be gemmed and grinded, and that's going to be the value of if the build is like on the, even if the build's on the edge right now, you'll be fine once we, once we get the everything gemmed and grinded. What's up, Shackers? What's up, baby girl? We have a visitor, guys. We have a visitor. Here's Shacky. Are you camera shy today? What's up, Lopez? How you doing? Come here, Shacky. Your face is like right in the camera, Shacky. What's up, baby girl? What's up, Isaac? How you doing, man? Plus 180 speed Wusa, enough for an AD. So honestly, I wouldn't use Wusa on an AD at all. But I mean, plus 180 is a pretty good speed. Hey, big boy, how you doing? Wow, those are words I never thought I'd say. But what's up, man? How's it going? Alright, let's see. Can we do anything with this? We can put on some crit damage, but I feel like that's a waste. I guess we could do the baby crit damage just so we have something on there. I mean, later on... Well, let me check his... where are we at on... Okay, the defense is way too low, but we can make that up with artifacts. So, accuracy, additional damage by HP. I like that, actually. I'd like it more if it was by attack. Actually, you know what? For this team, that's not going to give us much value. Because of the boss we're fighting, those little incremental amounts of damage aren't going to help as much. We want more like single target crit damage. That one's not great. What about skill 3 crit damage? None of the rest of it. Let's see if this hits anything. I have not done TOA Hell Lepatsky, not yet. I usually just do enough to get the devil. It's not a bad rune, or not a bad artifact, but it doesn't fit what we need here. Okay, how about skill 3 accuracy? Because our accuracy is a bit low. Crit rate, no. Damage, you know what? This one's not bad. Actually, this one's really not bad. As long as it doesn't, like, bump a bunch into HP when revived. Okay, skill 3 accuracy. Yeah, that's perfect. Counterattack doesn't do much for us, but the bottom two are both good. Those are low rolls, but that's nice. That's a double roll right there. Exactly where we needed it, too. It's actually high enough now that you might be able to gem some accuracy off and make up the damage. Okay, so we'll put this artifact on him. You can plus 15 it. And then we need... let's see, single target crit damage is probably best here. We don't have it, so let's just see what we do have. Oh, that's perfect. Crit damage up, additional damage, damage received from water. That's perfect. Okay, so that fixes the defense. A little bit. I mean, once they're plus 15, and you'll probably need to plus 15 this as well. Do we have any kind of... So we got crit rate, speed, defense. We want some HP here. We don't... Oh, HP is innate. So we want crit damage here, actually. This will help there a little bit as well. You can regrind that speed. That was a nice roll. And then for this one, we have... Yeah, we got some attack grinds. We'll do this. How to build Tetra for RTA. Violent Will or Double Nemesis Will. You're going to want her to be the fastest monster on your team. Lots and lots of HP and lots of... not accuracy, resistance. Max resistance, because even though she cleanses effects, if she gets defense broken and nuked out, it doesn't do much good for you. Okay, speed, crit rate, defense, HP innate, so that's perfect. That was nice also. I'll let you go ahead and regrind these off stream as well. Also, like I said, there's some good room for improvement on this build, as well as the Bellinus build. It's actually a killer rune, man. It's actually a really nice rune. Let's see, and then here we've got... Do we have a speed gem? We do. Perfect. Yeah, it's not worth it. Okay. She's just chilling, Salty. She's old. She just chills a lot now, unfortunately. She was crazy energetic when she was younger. Okay, so we're looking better on the defense. Once you 15 these, actually, yeah, no, the artifacts take too long, but with the power-up stones, I think I can do this one. But yeah, you basically just, I don't think you need to plus 15 the slot 5. I would plus 15 the slot 1 for the extra attack. I think you can skip the slot 5 though. Oh, we only have 1.3 million mana left, okay. Sea Slug. So the transmog on the transmog on the Vertihile legitimately saves you about 2 to 3 seconds per run. The Ikaru transmog only saves like maybe half a second per run, but the thing is, if you transmog just 2 of them and you don't transmog 1, you can kind of manipulate by having like your highest accuracy Ikaru going first or having your highest damage Ikaru going last. And that can make the run a little bit faster. Okay, so there we go. Better defense. The HP now, it's kind of on the low side. Maybe you do need to do this slot 5, but let's give it a test and see how we do. Yen definitely would be better for this team. I just built this team for somebody the other day, and it was stable. So of course we're going to want to get some more artifacts on the Jemire, or some well, fill the missing artifact in on the Jemire. Fang looks good. Fang looks good. And then the Eladriel, probably wouldn't hurt to give him artifacts, but I don't think it's necessary. Let's go ahead and test this out. Yeah, you do not need to Devil Camilla at all. I would fusion for Louise, but you do not need to give Camilla devils at all. She works just fine without them. You know, the Jemire might make up for the fact that he's not fully skilled also. Okay guys, so I am going to draw for the last community help giveaway while we test this. I just want to see if the Orochi works. If he doesn't, the other option might be your Lagmaron. It should be a little bit faster, but I think the continuous damage is really important. Oh, there's one other thing that's really important also. So for this particular team... Oh, you're set up. Okay, perfect. But here you can go straight to boss. Yeah, so for this team, you kill the Shannon, and then you kill the Belinus, and then you go straight to the boss. I just realized the puppy cam is kind of big, isn't it? I think it's okay. Speed tuning isn't great here, to be honest. It'd be nice if your Fang were going first, so we might slow down the Jemire. Are you using Jemire for anything? Big boy, let's see. What could you replace? Yen. If you have Yen, it would be much better, actually. So you could run this team with Yen, and you'd be fine. And you don't need that high of rune quality. It'll be a slower team. Actually, the Yen would be faster than the team we're using right now, but it'll be kind of a slow team, but it should work. If not, I'm not sure if you might wind up needing the cleansing or not, but I don't think so. But if you are having fails, then just find a wind cleanser like Delphoy maybe. Leggy, so you're gonna want like Belager, Fran, Vertihile, Beladian, monsters like that. Okay, so let's slow the Jemire down a little bit, and then I mean we did pass. Obviously
I don't know that.
Obviously we had a fail on the not a fail. Obviously we had to resurrect on the second stage, but that's probably worst case scenario. What nat 5s can replace Orochi? Isaac with the super chat says, for being late. Isaac, thank you very much for the super chat, bro. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. And don't worry, better late than never, right? No, I appreciate it, man. Seriously, thank you. What Nat 5s can replace Orochi? Is there a Win Nat 5 that does heavy dots? I don't think so. So the thing is, Yen is better. The idea here is that you dot the boss. I guess Savannah might be able to work in place of Orochi. It'd be a different kind of comp, but I think the Eladriel being able to resurrect Savannah would be very helpful. Okay, so we're almost out of mana. Let's see here. So Jemire, yeah, way too fast. Let's just switch this up to an attack slot 2. Give him some more crit rate. See if we can get a crit damage slot 4 with some crit rate. And then, let's see here. This is minus 54 speed. That's pretty good. And actually the crit rate's pretty good. So yeah, those two changes right there might be enough. So 142. So now we've got him last. Yeah, so it's a different team with Savannah 96 Special. The one that I use, it's a much faster team. You want to go Orochi, Yen, Savannah. Oh, who's the fourth? Who is the fourth? Orochi, Yen, Savannah. It's not Hraesvelg, the Wind BK. And your turn order is actually going to be like this: Hraesvelg, Orochi. No, Hraesvelg, Savannah, Yen, Orochi. So that team was 99, 98% for me, but it was I did have somewhat higher rune quality. I was running the whole team at over 200 on Violent with slot 2 attacks. But if you have the rune quality for it, that team was about 99% for me, and it averaged about a minute 10. Okay, so we need a second artifact. Wow, we need some defense also. Can we get defense off of fight slot 3? We honestly don't need, it doesn't need to be fight, but it's nice that you have it, so. Let's see, no we cannot. Alright, what do we have here? Rage, guard. Oh, here we go. So there's a violent. What are we giving up? 5 crit rate, so we improve the crit rate. We trade HP for defense. We gain some accuracy, and we can gem that off. Okay, and now let's see what you have in terms of fight runes. If we keep the fight set on, it's cool, but we cannot. Any equipped? You said you have some on like random monsters here. Teon you're probably using. Those look like BGR5 monsters. Okay, so we're going to come off of fight. And maybe a shield set might actually be helpful. Can we do a shield set for him? What's our highest? What do we need up here? We need some HP. So our highest, not slot 3, slot 5? Yeah, let's go slot 5, crit rate over HP. Can't do it. Okay, so crit rate. Oh, actually that's a really nice rune. We like that. So let's see if we can make up the HP on slot 1. If we do this, we lose 2 crit rate. I'm fine with that. We gain some accuracy. We're getting even slower. Maybe that's getting a little too slow. Don't need res. Okay, this is pretty nice. So if I do this, we make up the defense and I give him HP artifacts. Yeah, I can give him HP artifacts to balance the build. I don't love the low crit rate here, but I can gem crit rate in here. Do we have a gem? Okay, we do. Perfect. Okay, that helps. Do we have a grind? We do. Let's see. Do I want to regrind that? I don't know that he needs the speed or not, but let's give it one more shot. See if we can get the +3. Perfect. Okay. So how are we looking now? We're +33, so he's 146. That's not bad. Accuracy is low, but it's just attack break. We're at 80 crit rate. I'd like 85, but we're pretty close. Right here, can we put anything over this res? Anything that has value? No, we cannot. Okay. Can we grind the speed? We cannot. So that'll be the same case over here. So this is the only other rune we can modify a bit, and we don't really have the grinds for it. So yeah, we're going to take this build, and then we're going to give him HP artifacts. Let's look for something with like skill 2 crit damage or single target crit damage. Wasn't there, okay, additional single target crit damage as it goes bad. That's not bad. And then type, let's see, anything plussed up already. Single target, skill 1, speed plus. That's actually not bad for this build. Let's go ahead and do that. And obviously we don't have the mana to plus 15 everything, so that is going to add a little bit more stability as well. Are you using Eladriel for anything, or can I slow him down also? Because I'd like your Fang going first. That'll work. No, it won't. Jemire has no debuffs on skill 1. We'll try one more time. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I mean, it's all the same thing. So we'll leave that on there because it's a better artifact. Just ruined him for Lav. Okay, yeah, I just want to slow him down behind your Fang a little bit. So that way we get the Fang defense break up first. I think that'll help for speed and stability. Any point to a Duke, Barbara, or Daphnis? I mean, the thing is, you can probably get away, sort of, using a Daphnis that has no skill ups, but you cannot use a Barbara with no skill ups. I'm not a huge Beast Rider lover, so I might be the wrong person to ask, because there are a lot of people who will tell you to build a second one. I don't know if there's anybody who would tell you to build a second one, but there's a lot of people who love the Beast Riders. I'm not one of them. But for me personally, I just wouldn't want to invest that many devils into a second Barbara. I mean, one is enough for RTA, and she's not super useful outside of RTA anymore. She's usable, but she's not like the best outside of RTA, so... kind of the same story with Perna. The only thing with Perna is you can fusion the skill ups. Perna's a great siege offense monster, and you can slowly skill up you can slowly fusion the skill ups over time. I personally wouldn't build a second Perna, but I would totally understand if you did. A lot of it depends on the depth of your monster box, and also your resources to fusion those skill ups, because you do have to skill Perna up in order for him to be effective. It's 2 turns of cooldown on the skill 2 alone. That's huge. And then damage multipliers, which is also huge. The resurrect skill is not a big deal on a dupe, but the skills 1 and 2 matter a lot. There's activation rate on the stun as well. So, you know, you could kind of go either way. If you're not free to play and you have the crystals and the resources to fusion the skill ups, then just work on it slowly over time. But if you are free to play, I would not do it. It's too much of a resource sink. Okay, for Eladriel, why am I looking at that? It's got to be HP or defense, right? So let's see here. Skill 2. We don't need crit damage. We don't need crit. Skill 2 recovery. That's what we need on the Eladriel. Okay, skill 2 recovery with skill 1 accuracy would actually be great. So we're going to take the... rip. Okay, but that's fine. All he actually needs is just artifacts. Like, he just needs the stats. Let's do this. I just want artifacts on him. Speed, damage dealt on wind, damage on fire, damage on dark, counterattack, crit rate, damage on dark, additional damage by HP. This is old. This is before the artifact boost, I think. So, actually, let's just sell that. Because you don't want to use it. You know what? This could work. That one could work for him. Yeah, and you can also, I mean, you can devil it if you love the monster. I just figure if somebody's asking the question and they're on the fence, then it's probably not worth the devils. And I can really only answer, like, you know, if it's a monster that you love to use twice every siege. But the thing is, when you start building dupes, you're just really building them for siege, because you most of the time can't use 2 of the same monsters. Wojo! Nice! Getting Lexi, I didn't know Ace was streaming right now, but getting Lexi some exposure on both streams, that's awesome, man. Seriously. Okay, I needed to slow the Eladriel down. 181. Wasn't your... Oh, it's just because of the base speed on the leader skill. We just need a little less speed. We can slow him down on this rune, maybe? Not shield. Actually, you know what? It's these Nemesis runes. Let's go shield on the slot 6 instead of Nemesis. We'll add another... Never mind. Vio? No. Okay, so we won't add another shield set. Vamp, Despair... I guess we could put on Will and you could use him for RTA, but that's got speed. That's too good of a rune. This is a terrible rune. This is a great place to put it. Okay, so let's go Will slot 4. Crit rate, crit damage we don't really need. He's got no resistance, so we don't need that. How about accuracy? Do we have an accuracy, like a big accuracy sub? Yeah, there we go. Skill 1 strip. Okay. That's good for the speed. He's probably too slow to use in PvP, but at least he's got like the possibility in this build. Once you finish gemming and grinding everything, the set's not bad. Obviously no mana, so I'm not going to plus 15 it. We'll just give it a shot like this. And then while this team runs, guys, I am going to be drawing the final RTA winner. Bro, Andrew, long time no see, man. But thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you stopping in, bro. I hope all is well. Oh, is she already... Yeah, that would make sense. It's like, what? It's after midnight for you, so she'd be asleep, right, Wojo? Hopefully he's keeping it clean for you. Because it's an Ace stream. He may not be keeping it that clean. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm doing well, bro. I'm doing well. Alright, guys. So the final community help of the evening is going to be... Brandizzle the Lurker. But is Brandizzle the Lurker still awake? Is he still awake? And I have a feeling we're going to be doing something with RTA if he is. Nice, Leggy. Nice, bro. Brandizzle is here, so Brandizzle is going to be the final community help of the day. What are we doing for you today, sir? Yeah, actually, I was hoping to end stream by 10:30, so we did run a little bit over. I really did want to get 4 community helps in today, but allowing Eternal to redeem the double put us behind. So Brandizzle, Vrozar is offering you, what is Vrozar? Vrozar is offering you all his points if you let me do RTA on his account, I think. Is that the deal, Vrozar? How many points do you have? Did you just do a redeem? I don't remember. You know what? We haven't given out, like, really any points this stream either. So, Tong, I try to do 1 community help stream a month, and then I also have, like, some RTA-specific help streams coming up as well. So, it kind of depends on the month, if I'm doing a lot of summons or not. But I try and do at least 1 community help stream every month, and then I try and do 1 members-only community help stream as well. So, it's actually 2 a month, but 1 is for the members. 1 is open to everybody. And then when I have time to do extra content, I will usually also do like an RTA specific kind of RTA against the viewers, which is also meant as community help, but just RTA specific. All right, so Andrew, we're 2 for 2. That run went really smooth, and a lot of the runes aren't plus 15 yet. I think this will be a stable team for you. 2.5 minutes, not the fastest team in the world, but stable. And I think since you play a lot while you're working, that should work. So hopefully that that gets you what you were looking for. We are going to go ahead and jump over to Brandizzle's account now. Perfect, bro. Let me know how it goes. I mean, I think once you, like the Eladriel artifacts are +0, and yeah, I think once you get everything plus 15, it might actually be stable already, because that last run looked really smooth. But if not, once you get everything plus 15, it'll definitely be stable. Andrew, have a good night, bro. Thanks for stopping in to say hi. Hopefully things are going well at the new job, and hopefully you'll be able to jump into a stream sometime soon. Okay, so Brandizzle is very specific here. He wants a C3 arena defense, or C3 plus. I will set up the best defense for you. Oh crap. And Brandizzle is also going to get an EU server account. Wow, back up to 29,000 already, bro. Yeah, the points are crazy here. What's up, Shaky? Hi, baby. Alright guys, so this is something I've done way too many times. I forgot I was on EU. This is the Summoner's War Trainer, guys. Guess what? We get to do the trainer for a little while. Hey Brandon, how you doing? Yeah, so there's a couple of reasons. Basically, it just has to do with, I like the Twitch streaming platform more, but I like, so there's a couple of things. First of all, in order to stream on Twitch and make partner, you do have to, or I should say to keep partner, you do have to stream so much, like you have to stream a minimum number of hours and times. And if I do that, then I wouldn't have time to make videos on YouTube since this is not a full-time job for me. I mean, that's pretty much the short end. So there's a little more to it, but it ultimately just comes down to the commitment. I'm not a full-time streamer. And so it was kind of like I could do videos and stream on YouTube, or I could stream on Twitch only. I guess that like 40,000 sim. I would do that. I would do that for like 40,000 points. Not today, but we could do it on a stream. Leggy, so this is the final community help. Once I get through the trainer, it should be 20 to 30 minutes, I think. Yeah, re-rolling for LD I would not do for any amount of points. Re-rolling for a net 5 I would not do for any amount of points, honestly. But just like having fun with the trainer and starting off the account, I would do that for half an hour. I could do that. Yeah, like it's because I'm watching the chat. Brandizzle with the super chat says, been lacking in super chats tonight. Time to make up for it, bro. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it, bro. Hopefully you're gonna be able to get your money's worth. We'll see what we can do with the defense. I got to see the monster box, but I know you've got a good monster box, so hopefully we can make a pretty good one here for you. Thank you very much for the super chat, man. I appreciate it. Man, why? At least let me hit the auto button, man. What up, Shakers? What's up? Huh? What's up? Level 2, guys. We are low. You now have a level 2 EU account, bro. You have a level 2 EU account. Hey, get out of there. Nope. We're done now. That's all we got to do. That's all we got to do. All right, let's bring this over here while we switch servers. Actually, and your EU account has a better name than your global account does, so you might want to switch to EU. I don't know. Probably not. Any tips on how to farm mana? It took me all week to make 15 mil. So Lightning Dragon, the best place to get mana is definitely going to be Necro, because you tend to sell more runes and you sell them for more mana. So the best place to get just pure mana, that's actually why my will runes are so deep, because I was always short on mana, so I farm Necro a lot more than probably a lot of people, and my Will Runes are actually my deepest set because of that. Brandizzle with the super chat says, time to become the next EU champ. Let's go. Bro, thank you very much for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it. Alright, we got Shaki is restless. I'm going to turn the puppy cam off. I'm going to let her out of the green room here. Door's closed, so I'll be back in like 10 seconds, guys. Okay, Shaki, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Brandizzle, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it, bro. 10 million a day, but I'm always maxing. Yeah, so that's kind of like me, Andrew. I'll make 10 to 20 million a day if I'm farming heavily. Lightning Dragon, you should farm Necro B12 if you can't do... you should farm Dragon's B12 if you can't do the Necro. Okay, Samantiana, yeah, so we can definitely upgrade on this. Let's do it like this, because you got a nice clean monster box. I can pull these out. Yeah, so Lightning Dragon, are you free to play? If you're not free to play, there's also a daily pack that gives you bonus mana every time you farm, and it gives you a mystical scroll every day. If you are free to play, obviously, never would encourage somebody to spend money they don't have. But if you're not free to play, the daily pack 1 and daily pack 2 are the best values in the game. Necro is the easiest B12 playtime if you're not building the meta teams, but I think if you have Trikaru and you don't have like twins, although if you have Trikaru you can do Necro, never mind. Yeah, Necro is the easiest B12. I don't know what I was saying there. I'm split focus, I think, basically. Bro, Alvin, huge congratulations. One of my most wanted monsters. So basically, you use Pater. In RTA, Pater is going to be amazing against anything that controls you, like Okeanos or Hathor, things like that. Outside of RTA, it's the same thing. Anytime you're looking at a monster that's going to give you heavy inability effects, Pater is going to be amazing there. So you just use him to counter inability, and he's the best inability counter in the game, basically. By the way, Pitch Black and Guy and Demas, if you're on stream, thank you guys for the subs. I'm not sure if you're on stream or if it was from videos, but if you're on stream, thank you guys for the subs. And it's a good time to give a shout out. If anybody on stream is not subscribed, if you're enjoying the content, please consider smashing that sub button. And maybe more important, if you guys prefer the streams over the videos, make sure to check out my second channel, XG Live, because I will eventually be moving the streams onto XG Live so I can separate the videos and the streams. Basically what I'm waiting for is to get everybody subscribed to that channel so that I can separate things and make it less confusing. So make sure you check out the channel. There is a command that has a link, and I forgot what the stupid command was. Let me... There's too many commands in here. I can't remember all the commands. Actually, it's pretty straightforward. Here it is. So here's a link to subscribe. Here's a link to subscribe to that channel as well. And all of the stream VODs are posted on that channel now. Brandizzle, obviously your monster box is... I was going to say it's really deep, big boy. There you go. So I forget who asked me to do that, but Brandizzle, your monster box is deep, big boy. So we killed two birds with one stone that way. Alright, so we got Chung, Tyrannus. What we're looking for is stuff that can play well on defense. Did I pass by an Ariel? Ariel is so good on arena defense. Yeah, I did pass by an Ariel. Vanessa, Ariel. Obviously, you got the Vigor. Obviously, you got the Ryu. Andrew, for right now, this channel, it's going to be a while before I can even take members on the other channel. At that point, obviously, I wouldn't expect anybody to do both channels, so it'll be completely up to you guys. But I would recommend moving the membership to the second channel, because when I do the members only streams, it'll still be on that channel. So that would be my recommendation at that point, but it's still going to be a few months, I think, before I'm able to move things over, because that channel still has to make affiliate first. Salty, so try this. If you've got twins, just run Fran. Wait, Fran or Colleen? No, sorry, Colleen. Run Colleen, Shayna. So what would let me type it out so I can give you the correct turn order. It's gonna be Colleen, Shayna. Then who do you want? You want the Ralph in the middle, which is not intuitive, and then Sabrina, Talia. The reason you want the Ralph in... Wait. No, I did that wrong. I'm sorry. You want the Sabrina in the middle. That's the part that's not intuitive. You want to do it like this. And the reason it's not intuitive is because you think of the Ralph to clear the waves faster, but you actually need to make sure you get the defense break on the ball. So if you run it in that order, you don't need super high rune quality at all. I've built that team. That should run B11 at a minimum. If it doesn't run B12, that should run the B11 for you at a minimum. Okay, so we have both Vanessa and Samantha, but I feel like the Vanessa is going to work better for... I'm just looking at a stall defense for you right now, basically. Do you have the Kinky? Kinky would be amazing here. I don't think you have Kinky, though. I don't remember you... I think I would remember that if you had him. No Kinky, no Halphus. Okay. No Kinky, no Halphus. What about Juno? Do we have a Juno? Because she is like the premium defense monster. Generally speaking, playtime, it kind of depends on which defense you're running. I would say Vanessa tends to be better for defense, but it really depends on the defense you're running. There are somewhere Samantha fits much better. Basically, if you're going for a defense that's going to try and aggressively win, Samantha is going to be better. If you're just going for a stall defense for people not to hit it, then obviously the Vanessa's better. No Juno, huh? Oh man, that complicates this. That complicates this. What about Zing Zhe? Do we have a wind monkey? Do we have a wind monkey? So we got Odin, Tyrannus. Luis, you would have to... Yeah, I don't know about Luis. I don't think the Eladriel fits in here. Yeah, so that's why I said playtime. It's basically if you have like just this super aggressive... If you have great Swift runes, basically. Okay, he does have Zing Zhe. Oh, here he is. Okay. So could we get away... Alright, so now here the problem is I can't just put in a Triana. As much as that would be a full stall, I don't know what it would... I don't know that it would be enough, right? We can't use... Maybe the Tyrannus here. So if we take him out, so we're looking at something like Ariel Vanessa. So the Ariel Vanessa would deter the Lucians. There's no immunity, so you do run the risk of getting bombed, but man, this would be a slow, tanky team. I think this team has a lot of potential. The only thing it's really lacking is Strip. We could use Praha over Tyrannus, but I feel like this becomes much more Lucian food. I don't know, though. Vanessa, so Praha, Tyrannus, Vanessa... You've got the Camilla in there as well, but she's just not as much of a threat. See, that's the thing. That's why I want the Tyrannus in here, because he's more of a threat. I mean, the Praha strips and gets annoying and slows people down, but this team really is going to struggle to get wins. I think with the Tyrannus, you get more in the way of wins. Yeah, Andrew, I mean, there's no perfect defense. Let's be honest. There's no perfect defense, but if we're lacking the Juno and we're lacking the Halphus, Zing Zhe is not skilled. Okay. So, yeah, that presents, that makes it not as good, but I think I still use him because he's more about the passive. This would be one extra turn of cooldown, which matters. So Shmoo, it really depends on the overall team. Like, it depends on your overall box, because, like, changing out one monster results in changing out another type of thing. What's up, Andrew? Yeah, so, I mean, you could run the Ryu, but I don't really find him much of a threat. Yeah, Sim, that's why, I mean, to me, Ariel is, like, a must. If you don't have premium LD5s, obviously when you have LD5s, your defense construction is different. But if you have the LD5s and you can put out Vanessa, Ariel, these two alone are enough to just deter a lot of people. So like if you can do a Vanessa, Ariel, Juno, and then something to do some damage, that's right there enough. But without the Juno, it's a little bit trickier here. Andrew Kelly, happy birthday, bro. Dude, so you win community help on your birthday and get in the Lunia team. Happy birthday, bro. Seriously, man. Huge shout out. That's awesome, bro. That's awesome, man. I love that timing. Is he skilled? Actually, you know who would be a pain in the ass here? You have a Kumar, don't you? I think the Kumar could work, man. You don't have to worry as much about the Zyros here. He gives you the skill 1 strip, right? Yeah. So if we did something like Vanessa, Kumar, Xingzhe, Ariel. So you can't, you definitely can't Lucian this. I don't feel like the Zyros is going to do much. I don't feel like the bombs are going to do much. You can't cocky it because of the Ariel. I actually think that this could work. I'm not positive on the Kumar, but I think this is where I would start. You know, part of a defense is just testing and seeing how it does, right? So you want to see how often you get hit and stuff like that. But this is where I would start, is Vanessa, Ariel, Kumar, and Xingzhe. And then in terms of speed tuning, you're going to want to try and get the Kumar faster than the Xingzhe. You want to, if you can put all of these monsters on max resistance, that's even better. The Ariel needs to be double Nemesis Will. So the idea here is if somebody does try to do some sort of big damage to an Alicia or something, the Ariel can cut and heal everything back. If you can get the Xingzhe on max resistance, I would consider, because he's not skilled up, right? So since he's not skilled up, I would probably consider something like Vio Destroy on him. Usually you prefer the Will, but I think for this team, Destroy would work better. For the Kumar, Vio Will or Vio Destroy. For the Vanessa, Vio Will. You want your Vanessa to be able to do some damage. You want your Kumar in a damage-dealing build, but get him over 40k HP for sure. And then the Xingzhe, you want him, you know, you kind of, what you're looking at with all these monsters is basically like HP, crit rate HP, or speed, crit rate HP. Try and get them, these three, try and get these three over 40k HP for sure. Ariel shoot for 50k, and then the Xingzhe, if you can get resistance on him, that's amazing. Get a little accuracy. And then as far as speed tuning goes, you basically want Kumar first, followed by probably Vanessa and then Xingzhe. So Vanessa defense breaks wind. Yes, you want Kumar first, followed by Vanessa, followed by Xingzhe with Ariel last, but on the Nemesis. And the basic idea here is Kumar's going to strip, and then you have 2 chances to defense break to do some extra damage, and then the Ariel's going to heal up. Kumar's also going to give you that cleanse. So you don't have immunity, but you do get the cleansing from him, which is going to help a lot. This team is still vulnerable to, for example, a Ganymede, but I don't think it's going to be vulnerable to a Zyros because the monsters are too tanky, unless somebody just has OP runes. I mean, you don't want to be lapped, so I would shoot for 200 speed. More is better, but at least 200 to make sure. So if the enemy is running, let's say 300 with a speed buff, their combat speed's around 400. You've got the 33 lead, so if you can run about 200 speed on all of these, then you at least won't get lapped. You'll get 1 turn unless they run control. Yeah, Ariel has the cleanse, but he blows the cleanse sometimes, so this gives you some backup. This team really, you can't be hit by dots, you can't be hit by Lucians, you can't comfortably be bombed. So whoever comes into you is basically going to have to run a Ganymede control team or a Chung control team, which is really slow, and that's the whole idea, is just to deter. So I think this is the way I would go. If this defense is getting hit too much, then Kumar is the one that's replaceable. The Vanessa, Ariel, and Xingzhe, they stay. And then I would try swapping the Kumar out for possibly the Tyrannus. Who is the other one I was looking at? It was, you could actually also, you could look at swapping him out for the Vigor, but I think the Vigor may invite more Lucians. So if you run this with the Vigor, you want a Swift Vigor. Or a crazy fast Violent Vigor, either way. But the idea of this comp right here is to get that crit resist up. The problem is that the Vigor just opens up... There's more ways to counter this team than there is... Or I should say there's more people who have set comps, because Vigor is kind of meta, right? So more people are already used to countering this team. Less people will be used to countering this. So I would take the Kumar over the Vigor for that reason. And then there was, I know the Tyrannus was one I looked at. I think the Perna just makes you vulnerable to Zyros. I wouldn't do the Perna. You could, in theory, also run Antares or Leica in that spot. If you run the Leica, he needs to be a tank Leica, though. And I think with him as a tank Leica, you may not get as much utility as you do out of the Kumar. You could also consider running the Mei Hu Wang. So it'd be like... And I still think, even as I'm looking at these options, I still think Kumar's your best bet just because he's not meta. And not meta is a big deal because people don't have set comps to counter him. But like I said, if for whatever reason he doesn't work, your alternatives that you could test... Yeah, well, you said you're going to rebuild them, right? The alternatives that you could test would be... Oh, Fire Ryu, actually. Bro, I think I'm changing my mind. I forgot you had the Fire Ryu. I forgot you had the Fire Ryu. Does this invite more bombs? This might invite more bombs. I think the Kumar is still more off-putting. Hey, Vrozar, have a good night, man. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out on stream, bro, and hopefully we'll do some RTA soon. Yeah, well, I mean, he'd be rezzed by the Vanessa, but yeah, I think the Kumar is more off-putting. I like the Kumar more still. Kumar more. I like the Kumar more. So, playtime, I got 4 LD fake 5s before my LD5 at 1800 pitch black. So, what is your LD5, bro? Fire Druid needs to be in a speed comp. So, I mean, if Fire Druid is your threat, then they just bring in immunity, because we have some skill 1 strip from the Aerial and the Kumar, but actually, you'd only have skill 1 strip from the Aerial, which is not likely to proc. So, what you want is things that are hard to kill, so people just don't want to attack you during rush. Yeah, there you go, Andrew. Exactly, bro. I mean, Abellio could theoretically work in this team, but I still like Kumar more. Praha could work. That was the other one I was looking for, but I like Kumar more. So these two could work. Who else? Who was the other one? Tyrannus. I'm not in disagreement with Sim on the Rakan. I think I like Fire Ryu more than Rakan, but Rakan does make a lot of sense here. Ritesh makes some sense here. Shren's base HP is too low. You can't get a tanky enough build. Miho just invites the cocky. Huadam doesn't really do enough damage. Cha-Cha's shut down by immunity. Ah, man, you got a Martina. So, I mean, you could go the other way and you could go the offensive build for Martina, but I think people are used to countering her now. You'll get hit a lot. I still think I like the one we found so far the most. Yeah. So I would do this. Does Light Sniper deter Lucians? Not on arena defense, because there's ways to deal with him. But yeah, in RTA he deters Lucians, but the thing is, if they don't pull out a Lucian, then you're going to lose. So you want to use him to counter the Lucian, not the other way around. You want them to try to Lucian you, because he's a force ban, and that allows you to set your team however you want outside of him. Okay, so here you go. Yeah, Light's not. That's true. Also, people would use like the fire. If they have it built, they could use the Fireheart Magician against the Light Master instead of like the Bastet and stuff. So here you go, Brandizzle. We've got the arena defense built. I think the Kumar is going to be the best, but your alternatives to the Kumar would be what I've pulled out here. So it's going to be in this order. I would go. I prefer the Fire Ryu over the Rakan, but I feel like they're a toss-up. I would just test each one for a few days and see which one does better, but I think Fire Ryu and Rakan are your 2A and 2B options. If neither of those are effective, then I would probably try the Praha next. If she's not, I would try Ritesh. After that, I would try Vigor or Abellio. But by the time you get to Abellio, if none of these have worked, then it's a rune quality issue more than anything. I really think your best bet's going to come from one of these 3 fire monsters. I think that's going to be where you're going to settle as one of these 3 fire monsters. It just deters all of the common arena offenses except maybe an Alicia Cleave, which really the only person I've seen doing an Alicia Cleave in ages, at least on stream, is like Foxy, who I think quit Summoner's War, or at least quit streaming. But yeah, I don't know how many people still have that cleave built because it doesn't counter many of the current meta defenses. I think people have shifted their runes over to counter other stuff. And so I think this gives you a really good chance to just, people won't have stuff to counter you. So that's it, bro. That's it. I talked about the build order, so I'll post this stream on my second channel tomorrow if you need to go back through it. We're at 4. You started at 4 hours. We're at 4.5 hours now, so you can jump forward right to the end, pretty much. Would Juno work instead of Kumar in that comp? Absolutely, Shmuel. Juno's actually an upgrade over Kumar in that comp, because she gives you the ability, like the thing this comp is going to be weakest to, which it's a slow kill, which is why I don't think people will hit it much during rush hour. But the thing that you're going to be weakest to right here is going to be somebody who's running like debuffs with a Ganymede and then just stripping you, because there's no immunity on this side and there's no consistent strip. You have 2 skill 1 strips, but you have no AoE strip. So your weakness is basically going to be Gany comps. And Gany comps tend to be slow, so it's less likely you'll see them. But if you have the Juno in there, then that counters the Gany comps as well. If no Vanessa or Ariel, what could I use? Samantha Praha. It's a totally different defense at that point, bro. The Praha on double Nemesis, well, the Praha on Despair Nemesis can partially replace the Ariel. But Samantha is a totally different build than Vanessa, because what Vanessa's doing is preventing the quick cleaves because she forces a Resurrect. I think maybe you could... Yeah, it's a totally, we'd be reconstructing from scratch. It's a totally different build. Brandizzle with the super chat says, thanks for the help, man. I think this is a killer team. Bro, thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it, man. And I agree with you. I actually think, you asked me for a C3 plus defense. I think this will do it, man. I really think this is a better defense. I'm not even joking. Right now, I'm actually thinking about changing my defense to this. I think this is a better defense than what I'm running. So, Brandizzle, thank you very much for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it, man. And that's going to be it, guys. Wait. 2016 double Nemesis will. Yeah, without the Despair, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, so everybody's jumping onto the AD train now. And Monkey is replaceable. So Monkey is replaceable, but... so again, keep in mind, guys, the concept behind this defense is that it has some win potential, but we expect this defense will lose a lot. I would expect this defense to be 15-20% win rate. Most of those wins will come when somebody's going too fast and they screw up and they just bring the wrong comp. The thing is, if we look at this right here, you're like attacked 54 times this week. During the week, you'll still get attacked a lot, but during rush hour, you're not going to get attacked as much because this team takes forever to kill. So you want to be careful not to switch up your stall defense with your offensive defense. Like, you don't want 2 stall monsters and 2 offensive monsters, because then it's just kind of a different thing. You want to go all stall, you want to go all defense. I think Savannah would work here, but if you do that, you have to have the Juno. Like, you couldn't swap Wind Monkey for Savannah in this team, because without Strip, she's just shut down by immunity. But if you switch the Kumar to Juno, and then you bring in a Savannah and Speed Tune, then I think you could switch the Wind Monkey for the Savannah. But at that point, especially if you don't have Vanessa and you're talking about Samantha, now all of a sudden you've switched from a stall offense to like one that's trying to win, which means that you're building everything much, much faster with different stat builds as well. So just keep that in mind. Sim, I tend to agree with you. I think the Kumar here, I love the... I can't lie, man. I'm going to pat myself on the back. I love the Kumar here because nobody ever sees him. I think the Kumar is what's going to really screw people up. I really do. That's why I like this defense. So Leggy, I would probably hang on to it for now. The thing is, it's really hard to devil a dupe monster before all your other nat 5s are deviled, so she may sit in storage for ages, and there may be a day where you want to, there may be a day where you want to feed her for like this amazing rune in storage or something, but there's no rush to feed her for sure. Should my rep be Perna or Water Homunculus? Definitely should be Water Homunculus, because Perna kills very slowly, and your rep is what helps your friends, so it should definitely be the Water Homie. Caesar says, first time to catch your stream, love the content. Oh, bro, 2A vid came out at a great time for me and a friend. Bro, that's awesome, man. That is awesome. I'm glad the video was helpful for you. I am going to be working on it. It'll probably be a couple of days. I'm a little backlogged. But the next video, I'm going to do the same thing with a building tier list, but I'm going to do it for 4 stars. So keep an eye out for that one. I'm glad you were able to make the stream, Caesar. And, alright guys, so that's going to be it for tonight's stream. As always, guys, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Actually, you know what? Hang on. We're going to do one set of 3. Because I usually like to log out. I usually like to wrap up with a set of 3 on RTA. I'm not going to switch into my account. And so we're going to do one set of 3. Guys, I don't know Brandizzle's box, so keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, but I will let you guys bet. Yes, and the only dupe I've ever deviled was Fang, but I don't know if I would have done it a year ago either. I did it now because I didn't have any monsters that I was just like so desperate to devil. I still have monsters I really want to devil, but I didn't have monsters I was desperate to devil, which was why I was able to devil the dupe Fang. Oh, that's awesome, Solacuna. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Alright, let me take a quick look at what we got in the box. So Vigor 2. I know you're a turn 2 player, right? Yeah, so we're looking all turn 2. We got Praha. With no Juno, that's going to be tricky. So I think we need to first pick the Water Ryu because we don't have Ciara either. Oh, no. We got Yogun. We got Yogun, guys. Okay, yeah. We got Yogun. So we first pick the Yogun. Water Ryu is going to be contested. No secondary speed lead is tough. We do have the Chung. We have the Samanth. What's missing from your box? Maybe Tyron, man. Because you need that secondary speed lead, even if you're not playing turn 1, just to make them think you're playing turn 1. Tyron could actually be pretty good if you get double strippers in, because you've got the you've got the Yogun, Chung, and Ryu, right? So if you can get, I think actually is. You have to first pick Yogun. He's just too strong. You have to first pick Yogun. He's just too strong. This Rika needs to be ruined, bro. I'm just going to put her in your box. Rika is amazing. Ken also kind of fits your team, but he's not skilled, so we could leave him out. But the Rika's a must. The Gani is also a must. The Ciara is a must. So all 3 of these should definitely be in your box. And then I would say, like, this isn't a full RTA review, so I'm going through quick. But I would Rune the Tyrant, man. I would throw this Tyrant on one of your fastest despair sets with Will in a tank build, so he's there for control. And then once you have the Ciara and the Tyrant ruined, it's not even, in this meta, it's not even about playing for turn 1. It's about looking like you're playing for turn 1, so that you force the enemy to do what you like. You want to have the ability to pretend you're playing for turn 1 so that you can force the enemy to do what you want them to do, basically. But the Ciara is big just because you don't want to face her. It's the same thing with the Yogun. Turn 2 Yogun, turn 2 Ciara, they're both just so you don't face them. So I'm really torn for you whether it should be first pick Ryu or first pick Yogun, because you need that cut ability. If I take the Yogun and they take the Ryu, I feel like we're going to lose. But if I take the Ryu and they take the Yogun, I feel like we're going to lose. I feel like you have to have both. How's the Diana here? Okay. Alright, so we're clearly taking Ryu at this point. I don't think you have Heigang, right? No Heigang. So I think we do take the Diana. Okay, this is our secondary speed lead. Okay, so right now we know we have to let the Ciara through, and the Kaki is the ban unless things get worse. So, do we pivot into the Lulu or do we take the Chung? If we take, you know what? I think right here we take the Vanessa. No, we don't. Okay. So I think we take the Praha and the Lulu. And hope they're ruined. Okay, Lulu's ruined. Praha's ruined. So I've got triple water. I'm going to have to let that through because I don't really have anything to deal with this Savannah. And we're going to take the resistance lead. Okay, I can't really risk that, yeah. Yeah, she could use an extra 50 speed or so. That should be good, even if he detonates. The shield should hold, right? Yeah, we're good. Let's go ahead. Let's get this Diana healed all the way up. Do I care about the... You know what, I don't actually care about the sleep. I'd rather save for right now. If she's sleeping, I don't want to burn my immunity now. I really don't. Guys, I have no idea. I've always been curious. Do they come back asleep if you scroll trap them? Because I have no idea. And can I... You know what? The Diana's in front of the Ciara. So I can actually do this because I can bring that Diana into that Ciara. It's okay. This was never about sleeping them. Oh, man. Alright, well that worked. That's why we didn't want to use the skill 3 before. Alright, Diana is definitely not in front of Ciara anymore, so we're going to do that. Oh, crap! There goes the E-Sig. Oh, man. Alright, let's just turn cycle a bit. Let's push you back. I can't remember if she was on Despair or not. Let's find out. She probably was not. Bro, Potato, I totally forgot to watch, so that's good to know. They come back asleep. Okay. Ooh, that's dirty. I almost want a shield right here. I really do. I almost want a shield, but I'm not going to. You know what? I should have shielded. I really should have shielded. That was a misplay. That was a misplay. Alright. So, I've got to put you back in a scroll. She's going to come back at a really inconvenient time. I know that. Does he get the kill? He does get the kill. I might lose right here. Just for that, I think I lost. Alright, we just gotta pump damage into him. As little as the damage is, we gotta pump in some damage. Did I get in front? I think I got in front, right? No, the Yunhung. I knew the Yunhung was gonna come back at a bad time. No, don't proc! Don't proc! Oh, that's so dirty. That is so dirty, that proc right there. Alright, let's do this. Now she gets the full heal and it's over. Alright, one more check. Is she on Despair? She is not on Despair. Okay. See, if I knew she was on Swift, I don't think I'd take her there. Yeah, there's no way. I can't out damage it. I can't do enough damage. Alright, we start off 0-1, guys. 0-1. I don't think so, because the Kaki heals itself, and he's got the Yunhung heal, which is a 100% heal. I don't think Praha can do anything there. Alright, so here we're going to get the 2 core monsters. I think we're going to see like a Molong coming up. Never mind, we get a free win. I don't blame him, man. I do not blame him. I feel like doing that every time I see that draft. Yeah, so Potato, I think if the Yunhung wasn't there, maybe. Brandizzle with the super chat says, you got a W in you. I know it. Bro, we just gotta win. We just gotta win. Thank you very much for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it, bro. Yeah, exactly, Sim. I mean, can you blame them, honestly? Can you blame them? What's up, Sam? How you doing, man? Alright, so we are going to do a pivot into something I enjoy much more. No, she's not ruined! She's not ruined! Oh, crap! Oh, that's totally my bad. And we don't have a Bulwark here, because Bulwark is what I really need. Alright. Maybe Chung can do it. Alright, is Ethna ruined? Ethna's ruined, but she's on Swift. Ethna's still a really good counter here. I don't want a good counter. He'll ban a good counter. Alright, I gotta do it. I think I did too, Sim. I think I did too, honestly. Alright, so do we care about the Molly or do we care about the Juno? Juno is probably going to do more damage. Actually, no, we care about the defense break plus heal, right? So if I leave it like this, I just have to kill Oki twice. No, but my Ethna counters him. You know what? Let's take out the Vanessa. That's the other defense break. Yeah, so this way, if I can just snipe the Oki, I think I win. It's the attribute that worries me, right? Problem is that when I snipe the Oki, I lose the Molong. That's why I took the HP lead, by the way. Because Molong will basically die after I snipe the Oki. I'm just trading at that point. I'm doing good, Sam. Yisun and JC, if you guys are on stream, thank you for the subs. Pitch Black also, I missed it earlier, but thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, Sim, I knew it too. I knew I should actually take her out, but I didn't want to take her out because then Brandizzle wouldn't remember to put her back in, and I was like, oh, yeah. I knew it was going to happen too. Damn, we didn't get Oki either time. You go for stuns? Yeah, let's go for the stuns. Perfect. Alright. Okay. Well, you got your wish, JD. That shield means I go for the Juno. I mean, to be fair, Sim, I had immunity on 2 monsters. Alright, let's put this here. Of course not. Stun the Molly or stun the Vigor? Vigor's got his S2 up. We gotta stun the Vigor. Molly already used her S2. Oh, that proc could be bad. That proc could be really bad. Actually, I think that's fair. Ciara has no runes, so of course she can't land a bomb. That's actually fair. Now that I think about it, yeah, it's kind of hard to object to that when Ciara has no runes, isn't it? Damn, no stuns that time. All right. Ah, you could hit 1, Ciara. You could have at least hit 1. Come on. I'm sure it's not a resistance Vigor. I mean... Ooh. Ooh. Go, Molong. Go. Can you do it? No, you can't do it. But, you know what? Let's... Yeah, we need the glancing on Oki. We need the glancing on Oki. So, of course, we don't get the glancing on Oki. Okay. I think he went on auto. Which elemental would you 2A first? So Rodrigo, I literally just dropped a video on that today. Or yesterday, actually yesterday, but it's my most recent video. Yeah, there's no point in me doing S3 here. Oh, can we get her? Alright, we just gotta stun him. Come on! Come on! It's not a resistance Oki, man! I mean, I know she has no runes, but this is silly. I mean, I can't even snipe him. I do more damage with skill 1. And he resisted my defense break there too. I don't even know. Yeah, there's nothing I can do here. I'm gonna do more damage with skill 2 than I will with skill 3, but yeah, I won't stun. Bro, where's the RNG? Yeah, exactly, Sim. Exactly, bro. And the Oki resisted the defense break also, don't forget. Dude, I'm calling RNG on that one, man. I'm calling pure RNG. I don't even care about the draft. I won that fight, man. That was silly. All right, let's see. 80 accuracy, guys. She has 80 accuracy. She missed 3 bombs. Oh, come on. Oh, bro. Not cool. Not cool at all. All right, let's just do this. This. Obviously, this is not like... Okay, we don't need any more accuracy. We got plenty of accuracy. What do we need? We need some speed. We need a lot of speed. Okay. Ah, that's more accuracy. It's too much accuracy. Too much accuracy. Don't need resistance. Ah, we'll take some crit rate. There we go. Perfect. Missed 3 bombs, missed a defense break, missed everything. So there you go. Now she's at 85 accuracy. She's got some crit rate also. Obviously, this is not the build that you would keep. Oh, there you go. Bomb damage and 10% of attack. That's like just built for her, isn't it? Let's see here. Attack increasing. That'll work with the Yogun for now. Obviously, this is not like a permanent build. Yeah, so this is, Potato, this is not like a keep this build type of thing at all. This was just so that in case I accidentally draft her again, she'll have runes. That was literally all that was, is I just wanted to make sure if I accidentally drafted her again, she had runes. Accuracy, HP, yeah, let's just throw this on here. leave that. Oh, I missed that. Okay, yeah. Thank you for answering that, Sim. Yeah, sorry, Rodrigo. The site I used to build the tier list, like Sim said, it didn't have the artwork for the elementals. Okay, so we're gonna go Ryu and Ciara. Young Vanessa, huh? And we don't have the Oki, right? We don't have the Oki. So we took all our strippers. So we want the Lulu, and I think we want them along here. 216. She's slower, that's fine. 231. 226, okay. Is Leo a force ban here? This is, yeah, no runes there. Is Miho a force ban here? And do I want a force ban? Do we have a Fang out? Do we have anything defense scaling out? We don't. We gotta take the Leo. I didn't see a Verd, JD. Did I miss it? No, I don't see a Verd. Yeah, there's no Verd. Yeah, you can't let both strippers through, one way or the other. I assume he's just probably going to ban the Ryu. But I can't let both strippers through. No, okay. Okay. Honestly, who do I want? I want you acting last. He resisted. Oh, no, he didn't resist. Okay. He resisted the dot. Because the expectation here was that he would trigger my Ryu, and then that would allow me to cut, but without the speed lead, Ryu doesn't have enough pushback. I'm sorry, the expectation, actually no, never mind. JD, the answer is because I'm streaming and I just screwed up. Honestly, that is the answer. HP lead was correct. My brain just got mixed up. It happens when you're streaming sometimes. Yeah, I don't know what... in my head, basically what happened was I expected him to ban the Leo, so in my head, I was playing the Leo ban. That's actually what happened. Alright, I'm already defense broken. He already used skill 3, so we just got to work her down to human form. I think we lose no matter what we do. There's really no way, but... yeah, no, there's absolutely no way. Oh, okay, there's one way. Oh, Leggy, we're almost done though, Leggy. We're almost done. Man, that hurt. That proc really hurt. If I could have gotten the Vanessa snipe, I might have actually had a chance. Yeah, he's in front, right? Yeah, it's over. I don't think HP lead changes anything, but I definitely should have taken the HP lead. Alright, so we had one win, guys. We had one win. Unfortunately, nobody won. Okay, guys, so that is it for real this time. My RTA box is incomplete until I get some help on a certain date. Yeah. Yeah, we just needed a few more monsters in there, Brandisley. You've got the monsters. Need a little bit more speed tuning. Need some more will runes. And you have the box, though, for sure. And I think you have the I think you have the runes. It's just a matter, you probably need a little bit more BJR5 farming. But, I mean, you have the runes there to get and hold Conqueror. I really think you do, especially with the Yogun and more. Obviously, it's always uglier when someone is playing your account. I don't know the box. I'm trying to keep up with chat and make misplays, like take the wrong lead. Like, you know, you're not the reason I'm ending, bro. I was supposed to end an hour ago. That was actually, we were supposed to just do a final 3 and wrap up. So actually, that is it for today's stream, guys. As always, I appreciate you hanging out. And I want to make sure I log out of Brandizzle's account and not expose anything. So I am logged out. Okay, guys, on that note, have a great night, guys. I appreciate you hanging out. And the VOD will be posted on the second channel tomorrow night. JD, good luck to you also, man. I hope you can make Guardian, bro. And Marissa, nice to see you, Lurker. Thank you for hanging out, Marissa.